Good morning, everybody. Hi. It is Monday, December 1st. I hope you all had a amazing Thanksgiving Day weekend. I am exhausted. Bob and I traveled this weekend to a friend's baby shower. Of course, I got Bob's cold, so the one who was dying to hold our friends who were also guests at the shower's new baby had to stay 6 feet away from the baby. So, and then our flight was delayed. We got in at 4:30 in the morning, and now I'm here with you. Wow, Bob picks up Nanook, our dog, and he'll be back soon. So, I know right now Walsh is on a break. The court's not in session, but we've got this. We've got time from this morning, so I'm trying to get it booted up to right where it started this morning. All right. All right. Give you guys a chance to get in here. So I don't know. Hopefully my voice is not. Oh, sorry. My microphone was nowhere near my face. So I don't know if you guys heard any of what I said. But as you can hear, I'm losing my voice. I'm stuffy. So hopefully you guys can bear with it. I mean, I feel. Wait, that's not what I want to do. I just shared myself. Let's not do that. Let's see. Wow, that wasn't supposed to happen. We'll keep that to ourselves as a little secret. Here we go. No, that's not what we want. We want that. All right. So let me see who's here. Let me say hi to you guys. And then we'll get started. Hi everybody. Hi Deja Vu. Karma is a patient gangster. Well, that's good to know. Patience is a virtue. Core TV has their feet up. And yes, I know. So Deja Vu says that they've got OnlyFans, and I did like notice that as I was doing it, but so good point. It does. I'll rewind this a minute because I think they were playing. Yep, this is what predated actual people. There you have it. There she is in all her glory. And this is a different courtroom, right? Like, obviously. That seems like a really nice OnlyFans. She needs to be more centered though. But all right, let's get back to where the people are. So somebody tell me, I have no idea who anybody is. Anybody know who this lady is? She's got her little brooch, little sash. Let's see. Someone answering me? Brian's mom. Okay, people. This is Brian's mom. Thanks, all of you who know the things that I don't. I mean, what's she looking at? What's she doing? Why is she facing the wrong way like this? She like looks like she's waiting for the bride to come down the aisle. All right. Oh, she's fixing her hair. Where? Let's see. Can we see her family now? We've got enough of Brian's mom. Why is she kind of? Am I like looking at this weird? Like, does it seem like she's just looking to the side at somebody random, or is maybe her son's already in the courtroom? She's looking at him. Who do you guys think she's sitting next to? More family? Oh, there he is. Okay. He's in a nice suit. Not too nice. Trying to make him look like the everyday non-murdering man. What do we think, people? I know we all think that he is innocent until proven guilty, but as far as the evidence to date, do we all agree it's pretty compelling? And we'll be shocked if there's an explanation or if the evidence doesn't find this man guilty? Let's put this question to you, the viewers. Yeah, she said, oh, he guilty. But, Sarah, wait, he's innocent until proven guilty, but yeah, oh, he guilty.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor.
All the time.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walshe.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated.
All right, let me get us some. All right, we got that. I'm going to move these up.
Start by
I want it to move up.
a few things that I had on my radar for this morning, and then a few things that you put on my radar last night.
We're going to go up to 125 unless someone
Starting out our
complains.
statistics with regard to our impanelments. I just want to put on the record. On the last day of jury impanelment, 45 jurors.
Ooh,
30 of those answered yes to question 5. 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8. 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties. It doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of Defendant's Motion in Limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walsh residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed to. Either party wished to be heard on that in oral argument.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I addressed on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough. In its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you...
So just to chime in here, that's like the little loophole. I like to call them loopholes when the state and the court do it. Little loophole for getting what otherwise would be irrelevant evidence in is like, well, we have to be able to show the course of our investigation. And what the judge kind of leaned into there was, well, we have to show that their investigation was thorough and they followed every lead. But it was really just a way to show that Brian was misdirecting them and misdirecting the investigation, which I think is what the defense wanted to avoid, them being able to get in evidence that was only relevant to those charges by pleading guilty to that beforehand. And plus we'll see how it plays out with the jury, with them being able to say or not say. I haven't really been able to give it up. Sorry, hold on a sec. I'm going to sneeze. To say whether he's been, that he pled guilty to those lesser offenses. But so the judge was like, nope, I find it's relevant. So let's hear what else they've got going.
raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night. with regard to the,
We all know
Emails,
how
Mr.
the
Fasto.
sirens go.
and I asked this
in
morning,
Norfolk.
Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back, and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Ana Walshe and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However-
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Ana Walshe sent the photo to Mr. Fastow in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in lim to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Houston?
I don't know why the judge is.
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200. It's the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
So what do we like this, judge? People, give me your thoughts. I'm going to put them up.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion eliminate number 13, paper number 197.
I feel like I kind of like her vibe right now, but I don't know. I haven't heard any of her rulings, or if I did, I can't remember them.
That's not the one.
She has a boss
Your Honor, I
vibe.
believe I have
but
this
I don't know
motion
how her
number
rulings
199,
are.
which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
Got
all
my opening.
right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty
Oh, there
to
you
the
go.
disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact
Yeah.
anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
Of course you are.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
I mean,
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
And he can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say I lied to the police.
I just didn't know if
All
you
right.
guys, if there were any like pretrial motions.
Are there
that
any
we
more
watched,
preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House.
If we saw the judge.
My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come on.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we can have them recognized right now.
Yep.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
Doesn't matter. Just I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible. We believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and could be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question,
Yes,
but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the date to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence them on the other 2 charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
All right, people. So I saw the question about my, oh wait, I put up the wrong one. So I meant to put up the question about my shoulder and I tried to respond and StreamYard said I was spam. I don't know. I was like, I wrote getting better, much better for sure. YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means they think it's spam. What the hell's wrong with these people? All right, well, we got plenty of blooping time. They bringing in the jury. Yes, we saw Yuri Bukaki.
Please turn up the cell phones.
It's nice to see you all as a group. We're here to start the trial and ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. And so the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right.
Oh.
And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
I thought they were supposed
Were
to
you able to
orally.
comply with my order that you not do
First
any
time.
research about this case?
All right. I
News media.
had to watch that.
And you all still have open minds.
Oh, you still have open minds. I like that question.
With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will? Thank you all.
Right.
And jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please.
Ooh.
Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walshe of Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Ana Walshe with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Ana Walshe in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, he shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, he will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Wow.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must
Is
apply.
he holding a rosary? Oh,
Then meet in
shame.
private to discuss,
Oh,
consider the
shame.
evidence,
I'm
apply
surprised.
those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous.
Wait, is that a rosary on his hand? Someone tell me if that's a rosary on his hand. I'm coming over here. What the hell is happening here? Oh, no, he isn't. Has that come up? I just don't know if there's been like pretrial stuff that I'm not remembering or that like we didn't cover. It is at 1.5. Alina asked. So I'm happy. No, it's at 1.25. It's at 1.25. Let me double check. I do not know about that. And like, has anyone noticed it? And it's at 1.25. Because that's like saying words. Like, I'm a religious man. Like, I would absolutely, if I was the prosecution, I'd absolutely object. And I think it's 100% inappropriate. I'm shocked that he is standing there. I mean, his lawyer how did he get this rosary? What is happening? Sorry, guys. To be honest, he should be innocent until proven guilty, right? He is absolutely innocent until proven guilty. I kind of started that with this morning, like he's innocent until proven guilty, but does everybody think the evidence thus far is pretty damn compelling? But I just, yeah. This is outrageous as far as I'm concerned. I wonder if it'll get noticed at some point, but I think it's wholly inappropriate. Wholly inappropriate.
Legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walshe with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proven the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial.
Shaboogs,
When I
got me
finish
there.
these initial instructions,
Bob
the
chimed in.
prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements.
It's
An
Bob.
opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law.
All right, sorry. I'm just going to chime in again about this fucking rosary. So somebody said, and I was trying to find the thing to highlight it, that in Massachusetts, they can't deny him. It's a religious, freedom of religious or religious right. Okay, they can't deny him having it in his pocket. They can't deny him, wearing it under his clothing where the jury can't see it. And then someone compared it to, I think, like if you had on like a headscarf. Now that's different. That is actually a religious thing that, you've got to cover your head, period. So yes, it does sort of subliminally also send a message that you're, I guess, not necessarily religious, because it could just be a custom where you're from. I don't know that it always means you're Muslim, for example, although all Muslims women would cover their heads. But there's a difference there. So I don't believe that holding, in my opinion, without like researching at all, that holding a rosary in your hand so that people can see it is a religious right, and that it would be, interfering with your religious freedom, to not be allowed to display it. But I hadn't given it much thought before this, but I think it's fucking manipulation at its best. I want to know what other day this man held a fucking rosary. That's what I want to know. But all right, I'll let us keep going here.
The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case. And I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question, or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, That means that the witness may not answer the question, or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case, throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you.
Could
You must
backfire
decide
on
this
him.
case
Could
based
backfire
only on
on
the
him.
evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence. The lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not.
It's
In
nice how
deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important.
it's nice how she's not doing that from the bench, just like glancing over every so often. She's really up there, talking to them. And, I guess not to just keep harping on this, but I guess holding the rosary could be considered his religious right. I've never seen it, and I just find it, I feel like he should be able to maybe have it, but not hold it. But I don't know. I'm also not Catholic, so maybe actually holding it is different than having it in your pocket. But I think if it wasn't allowed, somebody would have noticed that shit and he wouldn't have it. I mean, he can't just be given stuff. So clearly it's allowable.
Questions first. Was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else. So let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you'll have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
Here we go.
The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty. Certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof.
Who is our judge? What's her name, people?
I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder. And the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Ana Walshe. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Ana Walshe. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Ana Walshe's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One or two of you may asked about this actually when we were being selected as jurors. And I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything,
Armor
if
blew
you need
past
an
this.
unscheduled adjustments, morning break at about 11 o'clock.
There we
That's
go.
usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
Morning
depending on
break
what I
expected
do
at
during that
11.
time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take
1
a break
o'clock.
from 1 to 2. And then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So
Wow.
you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here.
All right, so it's not just Judge
If
Canoni
you
that
need to
has this
communicate with me
4-hour
at any point
end
during the
time.
trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case. And in this one written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, gotta say hi
But I
to my
remind
dog.
you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. The first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right? To the lawyers at the side of the bench. You took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly, without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to, the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let me just pause right here before they stop. Bob brought home the dog, and I was like thinking, all right, when he gets on, I'll get off and greet him. But then he like brought him to me, so I had to get off and give him hugs. So Bob's about to get on. I wanted to tell you guys before we jumped into closing openings, and I guess I could save it for lunch, but while I have it up, like a little bit about Judge Diane, what is it, Frenier? But so she was appointed in 2017. She had like her bachelor's degree was in manufacturing engineering in 1985. She spent the next several years as an officer in the United States Air Force. Then she went to law school. After graduating, she went into private practice for intellectual property. She did that until 1994, joined the United States Attorney's Office, and she was assigned in economic crimes and healthcare fraud, prosecuting a variety of white-collar crimes. And in 2014, she left the United States Attorney's Office and went into private practice, handling complex business litigation. So there's a little bit about our judge. And let me see what you guys are saying before we pop into openings. I was kind of hoping Bob would get up, but the very beginning will probably be not much. And then I want you guys to think about, since we have all this extra blooping time, and those who are with us often know what we mean, when we get like a foundation, like just a witness, how the beginning goes, where they're going through their background. Now, if there's like an expert on something really important where their background is going to make a difference, we can treat it differently. But think about whether you want us to bloop past, like, how long have you worked on the force and what did you do, but where'd you go to college, and until we get to like the day you got on this case, because that's where I'd like to start sometimes. So we'll get a feel for what you guys think. Like, all right, let's bloop past like the beginning bullshit that means nothing, or let it all play. But let's hop into openings. Bobby brought me my coffee.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Ana Walshe, and her husband was Brian Walshe. Teresa Marchese knew Ana Walshe because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer.
These are good points.
Some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Ana Walshe commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Ana Walshe lived in Washington, D.C. Ana Walshe had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walshe was looking for Ana, she got concerned. And
I have it boosted. Is anyone else having any sound issues? Because we can check another feed. I mean, the sound was amazing, I thought, before. So, and then I see a couple, I don't know if it was the same person asking about speaking objections. I don't know. I think we might not, because I think, did we decide that it's like that's a Massachusetts thing? It's low. No, the sound is perfect. Okay. Because I hate when you guys have to crank it and then Bob and I are too loud. So if a lot of you are hearing, need me to turn myself down, and then we'll tell Bob when he gets on. And then we're really loud. All right, I'm just gonna change my sound now. You know, I might have my headphones cranked from an earlier time, which might be why everything sounds really loud to me. I'm gonna fix my audio real quick. And I'm gonna go down to, I'll start at 45, and then we'll see how it goes. All right, here we go.
She spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb, and the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Ana left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So Teresa Marchese went and drove to Ana Walshe's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Miss Marchese could get into the building. Miss Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Ana Walshe. Now, the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walshe back again, and she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Spires' global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walshe is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walshe's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walshe repeats. Ana left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Ana is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Ana missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Ana Walshe has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th, and no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Ana Walshe. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Ana Walshe's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition
Did he say
to
a
those
hacksaw?
objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Ana Walshe's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Ana was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate.
Thanks.
She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe referred to as a dream job, where she got to work for Tishman Spires, and she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse, but he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Ana was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to DC. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in DC, and Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jim Newton. Mr. Fastow will testify, and he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Ana needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Ana flew to Dublin Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Ana missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Ana went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day, but she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Ana Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor.
All right. So for those of you just coming in, I have this set at 1.25. So if many of you, it doesn't even have to be the majority of you, but if there's several of you who are finding this too fast, I am happy to put it back to 1%. So I see Grandma Cranky is like, he talks way too fast, but I don't know if that this explanation is good for her. But just let me know. I'll keep an eye on the chat. And thanks, History and Homicide. I'm really waiting for Bob to get on here so I can go give the dog more snuggles than I gave him. But I have a sneaking suspicion that my man decided to hop in the shower. So, oh, sorry. All right, let's keep going.
Will say that she did exceedingly well now. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walsh family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Ana. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child.
Mr.
And he
Magoo?
spent the night talking to his friends. He characterized them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Ana to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lorenz to go speak to Mr. Walsh at his home. Officer Lorenz went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lorenz that Ana had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Ana Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lorenz went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin the process of pinging on his phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate you. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Ana Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walshe home. That same day, Cohasset police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walshe family residence at 516 Chief Justice Fishing Highway and interview Brian Walshe. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Ana was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Ana had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Ana was wearing when she left the house. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walshe family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walshe on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walshe, during those interviews, will explain that he and Ana were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Ana had her dream job, that it was taking care of the family, and conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter, that this case was causing stress on his marriage, that he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Ana's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Ana traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Ana about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, she embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Ana Walshe had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Ana Walshe, and that Brian Walshe was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find out. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Marino and Trooper Connor Key. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walshe house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Ana had missed Christmas Eve and was after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walshe was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walshe between 8:30 and 9 o'clock researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Ana Walshe managed fictitious fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walshe's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than that one. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device, searched how long for someone to missing to inherit,
House long?
how long missing to be dead,
House long.
can you throw away body parts?
Oh, my Lord.
Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife?
My
30
goodness.
minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing.
Dude, I mean, the only defense would be Gone Girl, that his wife was framing him for her murder and she is hiding somewhere. Unless his young child, what was the child, like 5, 6, is framing him, premeditated framing of the father. I just can't get over the the these searches, you know. I do remember I do remember that the son said he saw mom leave and a um get into a taxi, and like that they had this conversation, and his iPad was broken, da 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 da. And you know, we can see how that plays out. But these searches, I'll watch for it in the chat as we listen to this. But are there other explanations in people's heads other than Gone Girl, like that can explain these searches on the phone? And is Gone Girl the one I'm talking about, where she fakes her own death to set up her husband? Or am I mixing that up with a different movie? But you know what I mean.
And again, on January 1st at 11:28 a.m., it searched best way to dispose of body parts after a murder.
My Lord.
Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous
Trooper
websites
Guarino.
and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled,
All right, I'm
Want to get
standing
away with
by.
murder? Use a special detergent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage?
House long?
How to saw a body, how to dismember a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body?
No murder, no body,
Can
no
you identify
crime.
a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walshe residence,
Dun dun dun.
an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, the apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You will see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card.
All right, so I just realized that I asked like what you guys think about what could otherwise explain this, but remember we do want no actual spoilers, right? So I opened the door for spoilers. So sorry, I take it back. Don't tell me what you guys think. Because some of you might have already heard the defense's opening. And I'm also trying to stall enough because I don't know where the hell my husband is. He's not in the shower because I just saw his face. He's like dealing with house stuff, but I want him to at least be here for the defense's opening. But no, yeah, no spoilers. All right.
Buys Band-Aids and antibiotic.
Oh, the defense
You'll
is
see on
about
the
to be out.
surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swansea, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit, and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. The investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet.
And a hatchet.
The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walshe's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You'll see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You'll see someone going to the dumpster and then leave. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walshe's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swansea.
Hey, I can believe, alone without any other evidence, just like alone, that this guy's gone from dumpster to dumpster to illegally dump, his construction stuff or whatever the hell it is. Like if you looked at it in a vacuum, I could explain away that piece of evidence in my mind as a juror to be like nothing. It's the combination of all of the evidence that you say, wait a minute, now it's just like too much. I'm not saying that as of right now. I'm just saying, and I'm like, hey, all I'm saying is I found the state's version of the evidence, the little that we know so far before opening and now with opening, to be compelling. That by no means think that is like closed off to the fact that he could be, that they're not going to be able to prove their case. And I'm anxious to hear what the defense's opening is, especially since everyone keeps referencing it. But we'll have to see how this defense opening goes. All right.
And
he's still innocent until proven guilty.
This was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Air Mary's watch, blue-gray hunter boots,
What?
black coat,
I didn't know this.
a COVID vaccination card with Ana Walshe.
Let's see if Bob knew this. I'm rewind this
Where
part.
they searched the contents of.
Okay, so babe,
Yo,
everyone's saying like we're gonna learn some shit, and there's no spoilers. We have it up there from the defense's opening, but I just had paused it. Hold on, say hi to the people real quick.
hello, beautiful humans. We've missed you so much. Had a lot of stuff going on this morning. Did you tell them what time we got home?
I did.
Yeah, rough
It's been
travel.
Right. And Bob, is stuck doing almost all of the things since I can't drive and do other things.
Wait, what haven't I done?
I said almost all of the things.
What's
because-
the almost part of it? That's what I'm trying to figure
Right,
out.
I get you. All right,
Okay.
all of the things.
Thank you.
Including tying my shoes.
All of it. All of it.
But so I was just telling the people how, like, look, in a vacuum, if we talked about his phone and his person traveling to all these throwaway places,
Yes.
I'd be like, hey,
Damning.
no. In a vacuum, I'd be like, all right, he's illegally dumping from his work stuff, like in a vacuum without considering anything else.
Oh, without the Google
Without the searches, without anything. But
Yeah.
then is this next sentence of what they found in one of the dumpsters, which I did not know until just now. Maybe you already do know this, but here we go.
Both. And they found an Air Marie's watch,
That she was wearing.
blue-gray hunter boots,
That she was wearing.
a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Ana Walshe's name, rugs,
Did you know all that?
Is this the
tie-dye
state?
suit, a hammer.
Yeah. Did you know they found that shit in the garbage? Did everybody know that before just now?
No, I
mean,
did not know that.
That's
Pretty damning.
pretty damning. All right, let's go.
But
Cheers.
here's the counter, real
Yes.
quick. Pause it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he's pled out to the illegally disposing of the body.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, maybe like what that's why I'm dying to hear the defense. Like we're gonna hear right away whatever theory they've cooked up in openings to see if they can make it work, you know, because it's that thing where you've got this basically you're admitting that you knew she was dead. You're gonna have to say it was not by your hand, and that for whatever reason, instead of just going through
Right.
the normal process of whoever you would call.
No spoilers, people.
Yeah, no spoilers. You guys all should have waited. Shame on you.
They're excited. They
Shame
can't
on
wait.
excited. You should
Listen,
be excited
listen.
to have blooping. Blooping's what's exciting. Being able to fast forward past like really short stuff. Being able to play at 1.25, that is worth starting later. Allison convinced me of this because I had it set for
I did.
whatever, 8 o'clock.
We'll have to see
It's
how
like,
the
you know
people feel
what?
about it.
You know what we should do? We should have blooping time. We should have built-in time for playing at 1.25. And I'm like, she's right. She's right about it. Like,
Unless the people end up being like, nah, y'all start on time. So
yeah, but then you have to
you're-
watch with somebody else who's just not as good as us. So that's, I
Right.
mean, that's your cross to bear.
And so you're right. Obviously, he disposed of the body. Then this is not that. I forgot about that. This is.
I
not
mean,
like
it's
that
still
damning.
it's like compiling on the really bad fact shit.
Right. Exactly. And I'm dying to hear how the defense explains that a husband finds his wife's dead body and decides, I have to hide this. Like, oh, they always blame the husband, so I had to hide it. Is a fucking stretch, dude. Like you walk in on your spouse's dead body and you're calling the fucking police. But let's see what they came up with. And again, no spoilers. We're about to be there. We're like
Right.
a minute, not even a minute away.
Okay.
A hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was
That'd be
compared
crazy.
Oh, God.
to samples they had from Ana and Brian. Scientists from the state
Or her
DNA
own
lab
hand.
will identify DNA
Which is
of Brian
equally
Walshe and Ana
implausible.
Walshe.
Hey, maybe, you can't get the death insurance benefits if somebody offs themselves, so you dispose the body and they're just missing. I don't know. But nobody believes that a mom without any history or, whatever, just abandons her kid and opts for suicide when
Yeah.
we're in obviously.
And
there's-
she's signing a lease for her
exactly.
own.
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I mean,
Like she's
there's
got the
just,
job of her life and Obviously, you never know what's really going
some
on in
sweet,
someone's life.
sweet side piece in Washington, D.C.
Right.
Her gumad. Yay, I
Her
gotta go see my
gumad.
gumad. It's the gumad this weekend. I can't hang with you, bro.
Stop. All
All
right.
right, let's go.
On the hiding suit. They will explain that Ana Walshe's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Ana Walshe about 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email,
Right, this is the end.
her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we asked two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
All right. So before we go on, I want to address, is it,
I turned down my mic, y'all. So
oh
let me
yeah,
know.
I'm at 40, I think.
I think I went to 36. Let me know if it's good.
And I would think I might have been at 45. There, so is it Eilina Lee? So there are so many people who say she was away all the
I would
time and
say
didn't care
Selena.
and didn't care for her children.
Mm.
So you just saw inherent bias on my part between a woman and a man. A man is having an affair, and I would have been like, see, all these men who have affairs, they'd rather like, yeah, but that would be hurt somebody else. So like hurt the other spouse. I still don't think that even if she didn't care for her children, she's gonna off herself. But when men act a
But
certain way, you're like, oh yeah, this guy,
so wait. So wait, your bias in terms of
like
flesh
if
that out for me.
well, because I was kind of thinking about it differently at first, but it still applies. Like, um, like a man's cheating, not around their kids a lot, you might be like, you know, more inclined to be like, he could have offed himself, where it's like, oh, well, she's the mom. She's not just gonna leave her kid, not thinking about the fact, well, she's having an affair. She's not even around that much. So I was saying that side of sort of my
So wait,
bias coming
you're
through.
but you're saying that a
'Cause I was like, she's a
man,
mom. She's not gonna just leave her kid and off herself.
right? But what you're saying, like that from the male perspective, that you think it's more believable that the husband being guilt ridden would off himself and not worry about leaving the kids?
Oh, you're saying like she could have been
No, I'm just trying
guilt-ridden.
to understand your point,
Right,
like
like
in
that I
general.
wouldn't be as inclined to be like, he's a dad. He wouldn't just leave his kid.
Right. So that's what I was saying. So
Right.
what I think that's true. I think that time has shown us that mothers are less inclined to abandon their kids than fathers. I think that's fair to say. I don't even know that that's bias.
All
I think
right.
that's factual. You rarely hear about like the situations where I've heard of women leaving their kids. It's always so exception to the rule-ish that it always shocks me. I'm like,
Right.
wow, there's no, like moms just don't leave their kids like that. It's like
Well, and
you
then you
hear
have
about
moms like
dads fucking off on their kids all the time. You know, I mean, it's like
I think it also seems like moms, I don't know, I have to look at the statistics of like maybe
I
it's just
think
in the
Brooklyn,
press more.
I think Allie's talking in general, not specifically as to Brian Walshe.
Right. No, not at all. Not at all. Right. All right, so let's get to the defenses.
I'm excited to hear this. I'm excited to hear this.
And when you're comfortable and have regained your focus, you may be seated. From the defense for the opening statements, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You let the jury stretch right there.
Brian Walshe. Lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you will hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose a body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Ana Walshe was dead. That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Ana Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Ana and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the New Year's. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Ana Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Ana, his wife.
Oh boy.
She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening.
What?
It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not him.
So
You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens.
Pause it.
wow.
Pause it.
You will hear evidence that it can be.
Wow.
Fucking, you know where this guy's going? I bet you $1 million. What do you think?
Well, I thought he just said it was sudden death and then he disposed of the body.
COVID vaccine. I guarantee you they're going to try to
Oh.
put it on the COVID vaccine. It was like you kept seeing about all these athletes that were dying suddenly. I bet you $1 million. That's what it is. I bet you $1 million fucking bucks. That's what it is. All right, go.
And then that he was just so afraid. I thought they were going to say like he nudged, she fell off, she hit her head. Now he thinks he's going to be blamed, so he had to hide the body. I still don't know why you hide the body after that.
For exactly what you said. It's going to be that they're going to
Too much.
But if it's a natural cause,
Right.
like why would you?
You would
All right.
call 911. You don't know if there's no sign of death, you have no idea that she's actually literally death and unrevivable. You would be calling 911. You would be giving. I mean, how long did he say he was gone from the bed?
A bit.
I mean, I'm just saying if it wasn't long enough for like she's like cold and hard, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to revive somebody. Wow, COVID, unexplained sudden death.
Vaccine specific. I'm guessing it's going to be
Right,
the
vaccine.
vaccine.
Right, right.
That's I don't know. We'll
All right,
see.
The result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained death. That's the evidence you will hear in this. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. You will hear evidence. Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead.
So 20 minutes.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to say. I got to interrupt. If he is thinking enough when it comes across his wife's suddenly lifeless body that he is going to be blamed, you can't fucking tell me that he doesn't think if they don't find her body and, medicine can explain what the hell just happened, I'm going to be blamed. So if I dispose of her body and she is missing, I'm going to be hunted, I'm going to be investigated, and I'm going to be blamed. It's preposterous.
Right. Right. You can't have it both ways.
Right. You can't have thought it out enough to be like, oh, they always blame the husband, and not thought, well, fuck, if she's missing,
They're going to
they're
blame the
definitely
husband.
blaming the husband.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go. I mean, the only thing that could have proven your story, buddy,
Is the
is that
body.
body that
Yeah.
you disposed of.
Yeah. Wow. Exactly.
You will hear evidence in this
Farmer.
case. Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe loved each other.
Where's the Google?
Yes, there was stress
My
in the
wife
marriage.
suddenly died.
Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was,
All right, sorry, pause it again. But yeah, like Bob was saying, exactly, Farmer. If that fucking happened, at least one of your searches is, why would someone just suddenly be dead? Causes of someone to just die in their sleep.
Right.
Nothing like this.
Right.
Oh, man.
And will they blame me?
Right.
My wife just died suddenly with no explanation. Will they blame me? Yeah, this is.
But
no
again,
way.
like, and that's a great point that Farmer is making. And again, if, like Bob and I are saying, if you're going through that thought process in your mind, where you're not even calling 911 to try and revive her, you're not searching any of this, but let's leave that to the side. You're taking it to the next logical thought of, but I'm in the same boat if she is missing. And the only chance I have to prove it wasn't me is this body. So that, like you've got to know, if someone really did just suddenly die and there's no bruising, there's no this, they're not blaming you. There's nothing on the body to blame you for.
Right.
No body. You're the only motherfucker they're blaming.
It's for sure.
That's why I'm saying it would have been different if he's like, he pushed her, and then she hit her head and was bleeding out on the floor. Right? Then you're like, oh, fuck. They're going to blame me. They're never going to believe it was an accident. But if there's nothing wrong with the damn body, you're not thinking they're going to blame you because there's literally nothing on the body to blame you for. She's not
Right.
strangled. She's not cut. She's not bruised. She's not banged.
Right. There's no evidence that there was any kind of wrongdoing, any foul play
Right.
at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how they're going to try to sell this thing beyond this.
Beyond this, right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep going.
over time, Ana Walshe got a job in DC with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? Well, Ana worked in DC. Brian did. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between DC and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Ana Walshe and they talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walshe and anyone, but between Ana Walshe and William Faster. The evidence in this case will be that Ana Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in DC, the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Faster will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Ana ever telling Brian about the affair. William Faster will testify that they behaved differently in public in DC to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Faster will testify that Ana Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair.
I mean, that's true, Ashley. can only work with what he's given. And his client might be
Brian Walshe
insisting on
didn't
this
know about
story.
it. He did know.
I mean, if your client's telling you that's the story, and I agree, there's almost no other way to
Right.
defend this,
Right.
you
There
know?
isn't that I can think
But
of.
you have to think, and I don't know what the conversations are. If this was my client and Bob's client, I assume as well, we would be telling him no one is believing that story because, even if true, it seems illogical because you can't have it both ways. We were in a happy marriage, things were going well, and I still thought, even though there's not one bruise or any, bodily injury, that I had to hacksaw her up. Dude, like that's too much. It's too much for an innocent person to do. Who has like the capacity to slice and dice their spouse's body like that just to avoid the possibility of being accused of something, unless there was, like I said, like you pushed her off the bed, she hit her head. You guys are struggling over a shirt in an argument. Someone pulls, someone lets go, they turn around, they bang their head, they're dead, and then you're like, holy shit, I've got to dispose of this body. But that logic, I just don't think is going to carry over with the jury in this scenario.
Well,
But
so I mean, they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt without the body.
you're right.
I mean,
It could be a reasonable doubt.
could a juror be like, well,
Yeah, I got some
yeah,
doubt,
I mean, it's implausible what
but
they're
it's
saying,
possible.
but I don't know it.
But I think if one person back there says exactly what Farmer said, all right, let's just accept that as true for now. Can any of us believe in any world that one of these searches, he's searching all of these shit, that one of these searches aren't, what causes someone to die in the middle, a healthy person to die in their sleep.
Right.
And then I think as a juror, I'd be like, you're right. My doubt is not reasonable because I don't believe anybody would not search that at some. I mean, like you
in
can't.
light of everything else that was searched.
Right, in light of everything else that was searched.
Yeah, this is. Wait, I saw one other question I wanted to address real quick before we kick it back up.
I put one in the card thing too.
I can't remember. Oh, History and Homicide had asked, is Brian going to have to testify in his own defense? Wait and see. This is a wait and see situation.
But he doesn't have to. No.
No, I don't think. I think she realizes that, but I think she's asking, do we think that he will? This would be a case where you would have to wait and see how the state's case goes. I mean, look, the concept of the fact that he has not told them where the bulk of her body can be found in terms of like the torso with the organs and things of that nature.
Do we know for sure once he pled guilty to that he didn't tell them where? I mean, he might have.
I mean,
It's
he
too
could
late for them
have.
to find it now, right?
Well, I mean, for it to be of any use. Yeah.
If he disposed it in a bunch of different garbage cans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the torso, like assuming, this gruesome thought that, he's dismembering it and you've got legs and arms and a head, but the torso.
To History and Homicide's point, and like you just said, I think to sell this, he actually would have to testify because of all the things we're talking about.
Unless they just can't meet the burden, unless the defense is able to do enough during their case in chief to kind of have it hanging in that world of reasonable doubt, in the sense that, well, you can't prove what we're saying didn't happen.
Right. And hopefully in closing, if the prosecution makes the point that Farmer made, I think that will resonate strongly with the jurors if they don't or that they wouldn't come up with it themselves, just like, Farmer did.
Yeah.
And be like, it doesn't make sense. But at the same time, it's once somebody hears all those experts, because clearly they're going to have all these experts testify that this happens with adults and it happens for no reason, that they'll think it's somebody might think it's possible. Somebody might hold out, especially in Massachusetts where they're suspicious of the cops and they're kind of want to fight back at the system a little bit. They want to kick back,
Well, and frankly, the reality is there's only one person on the planet who would be able to explain away the concept that we're talking about. Like, okay, well, why didn't you Google those terms? Why did you think that by you disposing of her body, that wouldn't also shine a light on you as the suspect?
Right. And
You
why
know, 'cause
didn't you
you
think?
just can't have it both ways. You cannot have that both ways. Wherein you go in, you find your wife deceased. Holy shit, they're going to blame me. I got to do something.
Does
eh,
somebody remember in chat how long they said he got out of bed? That he got out of bed at what
To
time?
clean the
And then
kitchen. So
right,
I'm
and he
guessing it's a 20-minute,
check his email
high-end 20-minute.
because I just can't imagine that your first instinct, unless you come home to a like cold, hard blue, like there's no question asked, this person has been deceased for a while, that you're not calling 911 for an ambulance, for someone to come, or and start resuscitation. But all right,
So, I
let's
mean, the defense is going to couch this, and we heard a little bit of it already, that Brian had no idea she was having an affair. She had successfully hid that from him so that in his mind, there was nothing wrong with the
well,
marriage.
that takes away from him thinking. I think it also more explains his behavior if he did find out he was having an affair, and that's why they thought that he would kill her, because he found out he was having an affair.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
for sure. I mean, that would be the state's counter to it. I mean, well, oh, okay, well, if that's what they're going to argue, then. But
why did he?
if the defense is saying, because what the defense is trying to do would be, getting rid of the motive, right? Because that motive, even though you don't need to prove it,
Right,
is a problem for the defense in terms of that. That's a good reason for him to end her life in terms of in his mindset.
right,
That it's a very common motive.
right. But
So
that
yeah,
motive also gives him the motive to dispose of the body, because he's going to be blamed because they know that he knows about the affair.
yeah. I just think. Well, I mean, we know where they're going to play it that way. They're going to play it with that he didn't know. He would have.
Well,
He had no reason whatsoever. He was stuck financially. He couldn't leave the house. He was on this. He was on house arrest for the fraud case, the art fraud case, and he was completely reliant on her. I mean, they're going to sell that story, and then they're going to add in the fact that he had no idea she was having an affair.
but like we're
She was the
saying,
breadwinner.
we almost think that would help him, that he did know, because that's what makes him so concerned that they're going to think he did it. Otherwise, like we're saying, if you're happy and everyone's going to say you're happy and there's no secret to find and
Not
there's no bruises on the
necessarily. I
body.
mean, I think you could put a pillow over somebody's fucking face and snuff them out, and there's not going to be
Yes, an autopsy will see that they asphyxiated. They can tell that. What are you
from
talking
a
about?
pillow.
Yeah, they can tell when someone's denied oxygen, like the pupils dilate a certain way, or there's like something that happens to the eyes, or something in the blood. They can definitely tell that from an
But
autopsy.
where are the searches for that? You're
Exactly.
assuming that you're assuming that Brian would know that. That seems like that would have been like a Google search. Oh, are they going? Is in an autopsy? Are they going to be able to detect that I suffocated somebody with a pillow? Like I didn't know that until you just told me that. I mean, obviously, I know if there's injuries to the trachea and there's things that they can see physically in an autopsy. I didn't know that they would be able. Are you sure about that?
I mean, we'll look it up for the break, but I'm pretty sure that there's
Okay.
an autopsy would.
All right.
Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Ana Walshe had a crush on William Vessel because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love. And all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Ana Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., Didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Ana Walshe told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Ana Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse in DC. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash.
That's everywhere, not just Massachusetts.
You will hear evidence that Brian Walshe's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time, that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys, while Ana worked in DC, that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Ana Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fester. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Melissa Kirby. And notwithstanding the fact that Ana Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Melissa Kirby. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. 12:25, Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area. Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe. Now, she's back in DC. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in DC. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Ana responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Ana Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the women he loved. And you'll see in his map that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for them. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for an investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future.
Right.
And this is on 12/29.
That's the
And then on
answer.
12/30, simple texts between them about her catching her flight from DC to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts him, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with the 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Ana, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them.
Love you.
Brian says, love you. And Ana Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Ana to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Ana Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. What was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Ana Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. Said that Brian was happy and Ana was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Ana signed on that box. She wrote, "Let's make 2023 the best one yet." She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Ana and Brian than those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Ana and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Ana Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to DC because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Ana Walshe was never going to be Brian's father of their children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible the unimaginable.
Pause it.
It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing.
Wait, he just said that he went after their guests left, that he went downstairs to clean the kitchen. But I thought that he said that's what he did.
When he got out of bed.
Yeah, when he got out of the bed. And when he came back, she was deceased.
Right,
Kitchen must have been filthy with 3 people.
Let's back it up. All right.
Well, left around 1:30.
1:30.
Brian Walshe, Ana Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to
There you
clean it
go.
up.
2:30.
And then the impossible, the unimaginable.
Oh, so wow.
It
Okay.
didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Ana Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen?
All right. So sorry. I know some people are hating this that I'm chiming in, but I don't want to forget. Based on this is supposed to be what the evidence will show, sort of indicates that he's expecting him to testify to all of this, because how else is the evidence to show any of this? I mean, he's got to testify.
I mean, he's gonna
Unless all of this that he's saying, that he found the body, that he whatever he just said. I mean, the only way the evidence is showing that is if he testifies to it. So it sounds to me like he's got to, I mean, he doesn't have to, right? You can say things in opening and then look like an ass when you don't put on evidence of it. But this opening indicates an intent to put him on the stand to say these things, because there's no other way to get any of this into evidence.
Unless the Google searches themselves, like you had asked, like do those asset protection Google searches exist in terms of divorce?
Right. I only heard so far about divorce, not about specific
I mean, we
assets.
see it all the time where shit is said in openings.
But babe, correct. But he's putting a lot in here. When he got out of bed, when he went back into bed, what he found, what, like there is none of that gets in evidence unless he's testifying. So to me,
Didn't hurt
this
Karen
opening-
Reed. Alan in trial 2 brought up all the house people.
yeah, but that's
that
not
whole
something
theory.
that Karen had to testify to. This stuff he's saying only Brian could put in
I'm
evidence.
talking about the impact of like putting shit out there that you'd never bring up during the trial, not who has to say it, or you know what I'm saying. I'm talking about the mere concept of bringing things, because you could argue he's planting the seed, that's all he's doing.
All right.
He's
Well,
planting the seed that these things took place. I mean, because you can make the argument, is anybody going to believe Brian Walshe anyway if he gets on the stand? It's a bunch of self-serving bullshit.
correct.
You're planting the seed. You're getting that in the jury's head conceptually on the front end. I mean,
I'm going on the record as saying this opening indicates this lawyer's anticipation at this point that his client's going to testify to this stuff.
I think that the only way in the world, if there's any chance that he's ever going to be found not guilty, he has to testify.
All right,
So
let's
I'll
go.
agree with you there.
Then the impossible, the unimaginable. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Ana Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Ana is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Ana? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walshe never killed him.
Wow.
Brian Walshe never thought about killing him. Never. Think about it. Brian Walshe is not guilty.
Hey, you only need one. Like you said, babe, you only need one juror. And I have to say it, even with all the stuff we're talking about, even with all the stuff that doesn't make sense, it's possible that one juror will be like, I've got a doubt and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
They do always blame the husband. He would have been arrested right away. His kids' lives would, but and then there's all the things that you and I have said already to like counter that, but that doesn't mean it's not possible that one juror is going to believe it. And again, I'm going to keep sticking with my premise that this opening shows an intention to call him to the stand. You know, if he comes off believable, you know, and even if he didn't take the stand, there's someone might believe this. It's
I mean,
possible.
I agree. You know, I mean, it's not that far removed from your typical self-defense case where I always feel like that the defendant has to
Well, in a
testify.
self-defense case, they most of the time do have to, unless there's
Right.
other evidence that indicates
That's
it.
what I just said.
Right.
So, but this isn't far from that in terms of having to sell this concept. He's going to have to answer these questions, even though he's basically just going to be mimicking what his attorney just said in opening.
Right.
Like,
And just so
his
you guys,
answer is not going to be any different than what Tipton just said during the opening.
right. And just so you guys know, in a closing, the lawyer could make all of this argument based on just the evidence alone and say these are inferences from the evidence. Da 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 da. He was scared. He thought this. He, you know, but the lawyer can't. He can again, but he wouldn't. I don't think. You know, get up and put all of this into as evidence they're going to hear during the trial that could only come from him about when he left the room, when he came back in the room, that he pushed her on the bed, that she fell on the floor, you know, all and that he was how he felt, unless in his mind he's calling the guy, you know,
What's the state's recourse if he did exactly that? If he
at
planted the
closing they'd
seed?
be like, you remember the opening? There was no evidence about him when he got into bed, when he went down the stairs. You don't have that evidence. All you have is what we gave you. You know, why didn't the
How do you make that argument if you're the state? Because that basically is essentially saying that Brian Walshe had to get on the stand to testify, and
well,
they can't say that.
I think there's a balance there of them absolutely having the right to point out that you heard in opening that you would hear evidence of this and evidence of that, and there was no such evidence presented, without saying the words, why didn't Brian get on and tell you that himself? Because he opened the door to it. That definitely, you are allowed to point out in closing where a promise was made in opening that was not fulfilled. So I think it's that there is a balance that they could walk there where he would be able to say
It's a
those
real
things.
tightrope.
It's a tightrope.
It's a real tightrope.
Yeah. All right, I think they're taking a 15-minute break.
Audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went
Sergeant Harrison.
to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break, and Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the,
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
all right,
Pause it.
and the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet, or,
Yes.
all right. Let me know if you need me.
This is a great comment, and I was going to bring this up. Remember, his competency was challenged. All right, so like you have this thing kind of float, like you're not going to be able to bring it up to a jury in terms of why Brian might not be testifying, but the reality is, from the legal perspective, even moving toward, like, if you don't know, if as an attorney who were required ethically to act in good faith, you know, you can't just run a competency move as an attorney unless in good faith you believe that there's a competency issue, right? And you get them evaluated, and in this case, they
Yeah, and
found
there's
Brian to be
risks.
competent.
There's risks associated with that, like, because they get, you know, the other side gets the results of that. So I don't think you
Correct.
would willy-nilly
that's-
expose yourself, like you're saying,
Correct.
your
Yeah,
client to a.
but the bigger point is if Tipton really does believe that there's a competency issue with Brian for whatever reason, whatever the fuck's going on with him mentally, you know, we've had clients where I did not feel comfortable putting my client on the stand under any circumstances, because even though we challenged his competency on multiple occasions and they came back saying, oh, he's competent, we knew better.
And that
We
wasn't the
knew-
only trial. I've had that in
I've
a
had it
federal
too.
trial as well.
Yeah, like I had it with the preacher. You know, same shit. It's like, found him competent. Well, I don't feel comfortable putting on the stand because I talk to my client
He's going to sound
much
like a
more
crazy
frequently.
person.
He's going to sound like a fucking nut,
Right.
you know?
Or
So
she, in my case.
he or she, right?
But so again, I'm just sticking with my thought that he would not have included all those facts if he at least doesn't think at this point to bring in that he's planning on testifying. I want to touch
Yeah,
a couple of these questions.
I'm
Farmer
playing
says,
devil's advocate on that. I agree. I think that he's going to testify. I really do. I think that they need to have him testify. However, you know, the proviso to that is the fact that they're going to wait to make that decision until the state's case in chief is done.
and I'm taking a counterpoint. I don't know. I did say earlier that they might need him to testify to sell this, but even if they didn't, with that opening, they do now, in my opinion. They made promises to the jury about facts that they're going to hear and see, tons of them.
I don't know, dude. Like,
all right, so let's get to Farmer's
I
question.
get what you're saying, but I'm gonna counter with the Karen Reed thing. And even though Karen would have had nothing to say about the people inside that house, for the most part, they still sold that to the jury on the front end.
They did. I agree.
You know,
But
and I didn't
but
hear
they didn't
Hank
know.
bring
I
up
don't think
the
they did that
fact.
on purpose. I think that they thought they had every intention that the case would evolve in a certain way, just like, Alessi says he prepared. I mean, Yannetti said he prepared for certain witnesses, like that they expected the things to evolve a certain way, and then they didn't.
Well, they could not have thought that Hank Brennan was going to do the Lally pre-buttal thing again.
Right.
Like, that was fucking absurd, that whole
Okay,
thing.
so Farmer asks this question. If an attorney misses a topic during openings, does that mean they cannot submit witnesses or evidence supporting that topic? Absolutely not. They don't have to say anything, and they're not limited to what they say. What we have been talking about here is when you tell the jury they're going to hear something and then they don't, that backfires on you.
Right. Like we're saying, like, if you're making promises that you never deliver upon, you know, the state or the defense, whichever party is going to point that out, that, hey, they told you they were going to show you this, they were going to produce evidence as to this specific fact. You didn't hear it. Ask yourself why. You know, I mean, that's
right.
You know, it's a powerful move.
Right.
Depending, especially in a case like this, where they put this entire theory out there. And if they're going to strictly rely on experts to say that this sudden adult death thing, whatever they're calling unexpected death thing, is a thing. And then they're going to say, all right, well, that's it. That's what we're going to put on. We're not going to put Brian on. We put on enough medical testimony to put that out there that this does happen. It is a thing that happens. And Tipton's like, well, you know, I sold the jury on the story on the front end, and then I'm going to argue it in closing as well. And I'm not willing to risk, because again, we don't know what Brian Walshe is in real life in terms of his mental state. Like we only his lawyers know that. Right. In terms of it, like, is this a guy that we can put on the stand, or is this a guy that's going to, not hold up for various reasons, especially if we have doubts about his competency? I don't know.
So remember, Ember says, I mean, that's a little compelling if he was actually looking at these things. And what she's talking about there, based on the timing, and I was thinking the same thing when they said it, that he's, and I have to remember what I thought the date was supposed to be after he was alleged to have known about this affair, that he was looking for the Porsche, that he was making plans, that he was buying her a Porsche and all that. Making plans for the future can be definitely compelling. And then Claire Doherty asks, are they allowed to bring in that he pled guilty to disposal of the body, etc.? So the judge has not ruled on that. Now, I in my experience, if he takes the stand, you are allowed to ask him that he pled guilty to show the jurors that, look, this is a man, when he does something wrong, he accepts responsibility for it. I mean, they've done that with witnesses. I've done it with other clients. But if he doesn't take the stand, that's kind of the bigger question about, is this able to get in or not? I haven't given it enough thought. And I don't know if the reason the judge hasn't ruled on it yet is because she's decided it depends on whether he's going to plead, or maybe it depends on how the evidence comes out. I also can imagine a scenario where the state opens the door to it, but on its own, the judge said there is no specific rule on it. In that case, in that scenario, it should balance in favor of the defense, and she should let it in. That doesn't mean she will. She hasn't ruled on it yet.
Wait,
So
which thing?
whether they're allowed to get in that he pled guilty to disposal of the body and to
Oh,
misdirection.
I mean, to me, that's less important than, because there was a lot of questions when he pled out on the 2 charges, whether or not they were going to be able to get in the Google searches and the videos of the disposal, which they will 100%.
Well,
You know,
we definitely will, because he talked about an opening. So.
right. But like going like prior to the openings, we had said that was always coming in like that. Like strategically, a lot of people were, some of the other talking heads and law tubers, like, oh, this is such a brilliant move because now they're not going to be able to bring this shit in. I was like, no, they're going to be able to bring it in.
Well,
It's
before you got on, I did mention that it might limit them in some aspects of this, not in everything, but there might be some evidence that they might not have otherwise been able to get in if those charges were still out there. But right, the disposal stuff, that was always that. I wouldn't think,
right, because you still have to
Right.
prove up the murder,
right.
you know, and this is
Oh.
a strictly circumstantial case. If the judge were to say no, you can't get the Google searches and the disposal stuff in, like
be
you've
ridiculous, right.
completely cut the legs off from the state of being able to get anything in. They'd have no evidence.
But I think that due process dictates if there's not an established rule that says the defense can't get this evidence in, i.e. that he pled guilty to those things, that the default should be to let it in.
Well, I mean, like if he's going to take the stand,
Then I think it definitely should come in if he's taking the stand.
it comes in. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
Right.
I don't know how you keep it out if he gets on the stand, because
Right.
you have the ability, if you're the state, to challenge his credibility.
Right, but this would be the defense wanting to get it in to buff it to up his credibility that he accepts responsibility when he's done something
I
wrong.
agree completely.
Okay. And that's the mom. His mom is what the chat told me, babe.
Yeah, there was some people were throwing out is he going to throw his mom under the bus theory that his mom did it and he was protecting his mother.
Oh, Lord. And babe, I meant to say this earlier, and I had the comment up at the time. He had a rosary on his hand visible to the jury earlier.
What?
Yeah. And I was
What?
like, right.
He might have he should have just worn like a priest collar. Like, what?
Right.
That's
But,
insane.
somebody pointed out, I said the same thing. Somebody pointed out, I think the screen name was Candy, that might backfire as far as other Catholics thinking he's done something wrong and he's praying. Like he's like, please don't catch me. Please don't catch me.
Yeah,
Or
I
forgive
mean,
me for my sins, Lord, that it could backfire on him.
I think the probably the more likely that's definitely a way that you could interpret it, but I think the more likely interpretation would be, oh, he's a religious guy.
Well, that's what he was hoping for.
Right,
But,
right.
All right, let's go. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, smiling. Jovial. Oh,
You are unmuted.
Yes?
there it is.
Wow.
So they were also asking, are there going to be,
Did the state object to that?
there has been nothing yet, which leads me to believe there's no way he could have gotten that in his hands without his lawyer either giving it to him or someone knowing he has it. And people were saying that it's like that they can't deny him it because it's his religious right. And I was like, I think it's his religious right to like have it in his pocket or, but
Would
clearly
they let him wear a I love God t-shirt to trial? I heart God.
maybe.
Just a t-shirt. I don't know that they would. I don't know.
This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more.
Oh, by the way, I
intolerable,
set a
would say,
goal.
by the type of
Check
things
out what the
going on in
goal
our
is, everybody.
So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine. I'm going to ask all 3 people in the front row to move it back.
Pet Sweet's text that his collar's there, by the way, babe.
Oh, come on, dude. That was a whole thing getting there. You didn't warn me about the construction in front of the
didn't
place.
know. So it sounds like the tapping
And we'll see how it sounds.
the
when it
media,
speaks next
she made him move back.
time. And I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing. And so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing. And I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them
Bring him in.
Be seated.
in.
Thank you, Your Honor. With court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
You should give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. You can be seated.
Just right in there. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department,
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
All right. So this is the question I posed to you guys earlier. This guy is not giving anything so technical that his credentials are going to mean anything here. He's just talking about like what's found on the phone. Do you guys want to jump to when he's talking about this case or hear all the background? And I told you guys to think about this is the first witness, Trace.
Right. This is one of the benefits to being behind time, because if you don't want to hear about their training experience, like they're just kind of their background, we can fast forward.
And
that
I
shit's
agree.
boring.
Some experts, it's important. But like this
Cops,
guy, it's
no.
not right. All right, we're gonna do it. All right, Bob, keep an eye on the chat in case a bunch of people are like, "No, don't do that, please."
Okay. Got one jump.
Yet another jump.
Since 2014.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors.
The police department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council,
Can you tell us what that is?
50. I'm on the SWAT team,
Right,
search and rescue,
Now involved in.
dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been?
Exposure to
The investigation into the disappearance of Ana Walshe.
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
Yeah.
And
Is it-
about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
Take her, babe.
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to
What was the
investigate.
name?
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No, no objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and omitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objections to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at lunch.
All right, so any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't, to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 through 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No evidence, thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. If I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking and just you.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little three-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect, the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178?
The dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 717?
The area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table.
And then when you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that grate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this in the exhibit yet, but I have it on the individual drive.
All right, subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your
All right, so this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit.
All right.
Just get to them putting it on.
53, you've had Walsh that night.
It does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the order is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Eric Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence. And sir, Brian, could you give me?
Yeah, Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home 516 CJC Hill.
Yes, it's a rental right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this today. Could you just do me a favor and start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this brand new job she got,
Okay.
and we're to follow shortly. That's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most.
How about I slow it down for this recording to 1, make it easier to hear because it's kind of low. When we get back to questioning, I'll speed it back up.
She was at work.
1 second.
Yep.
It's okay. Can you please let me finish this, and I'll get you what I need, please? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Aw.
We're in Yorkshire, so do whatever you need.
Honest, you guys behave, and you. All right. Yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived. Yes.
Friday morning she came home. Okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes. I can show you the. She sent me that information.
Sure. I would love to.
You can look up. Yeah, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is
That's
word text.
no. She texted me so I would know when she was coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on, so you can look. You can take a look at that. Whatever you want to do.
All right. So it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. There's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind?
So, what do you think, babe? What do you think, chat? The more natural, not nervous, compelling he sounds during these interviews of my wife is missing, and here's the last thing I saw, and here's the last thing I did. If he takes the stand, that's going to bite against him because like, well, we heard what you said before and how you said it. So,
Yeah, are you really good at just faking your terror? I mean, because that's what you're saying, right? Like
yeah.
he's calm, cool, and collected while he's being interviewed, yet
And telling the detailed story of bullshit.
And I don't know if it was evidence or just some shit that I was seeing about or hearing about in terms of her ordering the Uber to get to the airport.
They said it in opening that there's no evidence of any Ubers,
Uber
taxis, Lyfts on any device, on anywhere. All right.
Was he the one who said that?
I think it was that he said she took a test. We're about to hear it, but I think.
I mean, that's more. I don't know. I mean, is that more helpful than him taking her phone and ordering an Uber to try to kind of sell this story that she was going, or does that show like premeditation? Like, I'm going to order the Uber. You know what I'm saying? If like his story were true, what does that show if he would have gone so far as to order an Uber on her phone?
Yeah.
As opposed to not, but just lying about it. Oh yeah, like she was going for she was supposed to be heading for the airport, and he didn't actually do it. I don't know. I mean,
these recordings are absolutely going against their defense 100% because of what we were just saying. He's telling details. He's calm. He can tell a story. Yeah. And he can sell bullshit without a second glance or a rosary on his wrist.
Please look at it.
Blipping back.
And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some videos of that. And then you'll get into the area where I start texting her. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open. Trust me. That's,
No, I appreciate it. So, Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay, Friday, 7:59 a.m., landed. And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m., photos of Anna and the oldest, Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo myself.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She'd take my phone and send them to herself,
okay,
the ones that she had.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. So I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, string of text. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or whatever.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
And it's on Verizon, if you know?
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that, she was part of she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported it over.
She brought the number over to their system?
Well, she took the phone over or
Okay.
something, so like that was canceled and moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well, because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay. So she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work, and then work just started paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
Here.
she always Uber or Lyft. That's
Uber, Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one of the two.
Okay, and then, so she gets dropped off here?
Yeah, she, usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place, so,
Okay.
but that's pretty much. it.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact, when she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC, normally like, off pretty quick. So, yeah,
Work, focus on
right,
her
so
work,
she,
right.
so if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation, by her from where I was, what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning. Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing? What?
Yeah, so
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some when she was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care. It's where the daycare is where I picked them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I was going to go, okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out.
Okay.
And she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay, and so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
what's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or did
Yes,
you,
that's it,
you
yeah.
didn't go
No, we didn't
dinner
go.
or lunch or
No,
anything?
we were just here in the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands,
Yeah,
and then you just hung out in the house.
yeah, then with the kids, doing that.
All right. So then she hit Farm Med and Hingham for the gym in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday,
Yes.
and then Glossy Nails.
Yes, because that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Oh. And then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Okay, so this is one. And then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna give you.
I got it. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize a movie for your brothers? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. So what happened was I was like, that would be great. So I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jim.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while. So I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the Jim. Yeah. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. One, two. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to the room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out into the. He had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she'd been on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC.
Okay. So
So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, we made this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me,
Some kind of.
but there was like one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks, another building the FBI raided at one point, another building there was a disgruntled tenant, and so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there, so I didn't know because I didn't want. I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4 maybe 5 days, and I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay.
And she didn't bring, she just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left. He got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. If you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi, and I was like, he described the car. He said, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think, iPad.
You're muted.
Did you want me to pause there, or you just wanted me to be able to pause?
Well, you left and didn't leave me any ability to bloop or pause. So
All right, let's keep it going. I gotta get my headphones back on. Anyway.
I mean, if you wanna dip off the stream, which is totally cool.
Maybe she's my driver,
Let me switch
but
it to
I know that
me.
she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
when was
thing.
she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had got that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet, yeah.
Gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight, even once.
So when you're coming from a cop's perspective in these initial types of interviews, even though this seems kind of like mundane and like a bunch of information that is unnecessary, you are wanting this guy to talk as much as possible about anything.
Yep.
Anything that can be checked and verified or not be able to be like, you want him just yapping, and you're not being picky about what he's yapping about per se. I mean, the cop, if he's any good at questioning people in this type of situation, he'll eventually get to things that, he feels are more germane to what's going on here.
But like you said, he's going to let him just keep going until he's says everything. And then, like you're saying, at the end, the cop will like target the questioning more.
Yeah. And one other thing that I because I wasn't watching the States opening, that I kind of forgot to say, and I don't know if you said it either, because I wasn't listening on the way back with the dog. One of the advantages, and Allie and I talk about this a lot, especially in terms of our coverage of Richard Allen and also Karen Reed, when we're in the defense, put their theory of defense out there for the world. In this case, even though he pled, and the state may have had ideas on what their theory was going to be, they had no idea. They were in the exact same position that we were in this morning.
No,
As to what?
they would have gotten expert disclosures.
Yeah,
of their
but that doesn't
witnesses.
mean shit.
I mean, they'd know they'd got an expert report about sudden death, I'm assuming.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, that would give them some kind of, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know.
But
Well,
I was
typically-
surprised that they didn't combat that in their opening. Like, and you'll hear from experts that this wasn't, but he wasn't about to make the Hank mistake of fronting the defense until he has to.
Yeah, yeah. But in theory, we don't have to ever disclose our theories. Was the bigger point.
Right.
Even though they might have been able to glean something from it, they don't necessarily know which way they're going to go with it. Even though if they have expert disclosures, you still don't know exactly what their defense is going to be, which was a point that Allie makes all the time, that you really, it is a big advantage. It's one of the only advantages that the defense lawyer has, is to be able to kind of hold back on that theory of the case. Because I mean, that's always true. I mean, I could make that argument that, you know, whatever experts you hire help the state have an understanding of which way you may be going on a certain defense. But, you know, and I guess we'll have to see what the experts are saying.
Right. All right. I blooped back a little bit.
All right.
Let's go.
That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms, she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, she was like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston, so that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole tax he mentioned?
Thomas, it was my
Oh, sorry,
6-year-old,
Thomas.
yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Yeah. So, why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early,
Okay.
and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, you know, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy, I had to leave early."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I already know that, Daddy." I said, "Goodbye to her."
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jem.
boys, and Jem.
Yeah, well, the boys we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna took
They're all in
them.
bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play. But I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, then Thomas came
Okay.
and hung out, and you know, we heard it was like, and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till, you know, almost 1 or so, like after midnight at our age with kids. We're like, okay, good. We get it. Yeah. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when, during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she got a message from Adela, who I spoke to today. It was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, you know, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of my super sturdy woman. So, you know, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on, and then she said that she had to go after Jem left. She said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then because she.
So in terms of body language experts, and I've listened to Dr. G a little bit because I'm not a huge body expert person. I just don't know how much value there is. The fact that you're at trial with your life hanging in the balance, you're going to be uncomfortable. If you're under the impression that there's any point in time that you're going to feel comfortable while you're sitting there as a defendant in a murder trial, it's not happening. You're shitting your pants literally every second of every minute
Right.
of
Is
every
this
day of the trial.
for sure? Is this an audio only interview?
I mean, we're not seeing the video, so I don't know.
I couldn't remember if they showed us at some point, because that's where, if you were interested in body language or thought it had merit, that it might have some.
Well, she
some
was
bearing,
talking
but
about just his
right here, and
appearance here
your
sitting
point
at
was
trial.
well taken on that issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like I don't know how much value there is in it. You know, I think it's bullshit, to be
Right.
honest with you.
But
Like,
he's getting right into his story now about what happened to her at 1:30 and how he tells this fucking.
So do you think there's any merit to, and obviously there's nobody else at the house. I don't think his mother's at the house at the time. In terms of having the kids running around, they're kind of distracted.
I don't think that you can plan that, you know. I don't know.
And how do you take his calm demeanor?
No, I think it's
terms
gonna bite him in the ass that
Right. I
he's
mean,
able to lie without pause, tell a good story, you know, doesn't sound shaky or nervous, and he's making up a whole fucking thing and knows he chopped her up and hit her body. If
and
that's
is
all,
able to
assuming that's all he
mask
did.
his alleged, despair over losing his wife and the mother of his children. Right.
Right,
Like that,
which
to me,
wouldn't
that's
have
the
been
bigger
strange
thing.
to have, right? Because she's still missing, so he should have had some despair still.
Right. Either way.
Right. All right, let's go. I think I blooped back. I'll do it again just in case. But he's starting to lay down. She had to see a psychiatrist. Come on.
So after Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then because she was like, we're gonna go to bed, and I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me, and I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get to go Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you, thank you.
Giggling.
But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time, and it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, things progressed, so that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, after we got divorced, we enjoyed family time.
Loved it.
Yeah, everybody loves it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jim leaves at like 1, yeah, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Ana and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. But then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm gonna be there early, I'm gonna stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, maybe she was having a hard time.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So she only got. This is why she's always retired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before. I want to say because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came. Everyone got sick. So everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on February 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up, and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So. Okay. And that's when she came down. Then she does the final cleans up and stuff.
I mean, look at that. He's adding details about like you could hear her moving, and it was dark outside, and he admittedly, by his own words, this is all a lie. Everything he's saying here is a complete and total lie.
Yeah. It's
not good.
It's not good because so chat, let me know, because I don't know how many days had passed at the time that this interview took place, because I know it wasn't right away. I know that it was some of her co-employees or fellow employees that called her in missing.
No, he called to her employees, saying that she was missing, and then
after how many days had passed?
I forget. We just heard it in the opening, and I already forget.
3 days. Okay.
Outside still. So. Okay. And that's when it must have been 6. I didn't hear her like in the bathroom getting ready. Yep. And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So. Okay. And that's when she came down. Then she does the final cleans up and stuff like that.
Oh, she cleaned up, huh?
Did you do that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be ruined. The boys are gonna get up." So I was like, "You're right," but she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it. Yep. I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think that for me, but for Ana. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really, so it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
to keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. We spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and then she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day. And she worked all night, New Year's Eve, which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim. I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first support right there. So I was like, And then she called and said,
Well, you took it off?
I don't think so, but maybe. I don't know.
It's saying it's still up there. It's so weird. All right, let me bloop back. Huh.
Okay.
I didn't have, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first report right there. So I was like,
yep.
And then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, "Hope everything's okay," and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it up in his bed. It was Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, I see person every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous. And then on Tuesday, I started to call around. And I remember her telling me, "Hey, you don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian." And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone. And then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to. And
we're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday today. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone. And then the tissue spy people got back to me. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, "Can you please say Brian Walshe called?" I called another building that didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it.
Yeah.
And then it was Graham that called me and said, "Is everything okay?" And I said, "I don't know. She had work." He said, "I didn't see her yesterday."
Okay.
And that's why things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yeah.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So.
Is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for phone chargers?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife. Even though that we've been doing this for a while, we haven't had that. I talk to her a lot, and even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, "I'll call you right back" or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, "You need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian." I said, "Sure, of course, I understand."
Right.
And now this time, I feel like it's not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is always calling, she's like, "What's going on?" She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class are coming. The gentleman at Tissue Spire is head of global security. So
okay.
So I think we're in a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Ana was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So it's
Does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Me and the boys, that's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then she got back to Belgrade. So she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No,
and that's Serbia.
Yes, yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So,
so any other siblings?
it's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
so that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
Very.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago that they had to cancel it.
Okay.
Didn't work out.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Do you have any like best friends? I know you mentioned Jem, which was an old.
Jem is there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at Washington.
Okay.
Jem and Abdella called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
What did they want you to do?
At the inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's. I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town there's Abdella who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's his brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like, settle down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. Well, I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse.
All right, I'm going to bump this up to 1.25 and let's see how you guys feel about it. And I'm going to keep the regular testimony at 1.25, but for this audio recording, see if it's good like this.
Fasto is in DC, and his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, "Oh, I just got back in from Idaho," but he immediately went over to take a look at the house. But
okay.
Abdella did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and came up here.
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down.
She was in DC. I was always involved. Like you're going back like from the beginning of our relationship.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Sure.
How long? Like when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after, and then we were in Boston since then, and then she got the job in DC, she said, we go back to DC now, if it works out, and I said, sure, and then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the actual phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had two devices. Though.
Okay. Is it who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Oh, Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time and paying the bills, she's much better. Yeah, much better at that stuff. So,
okay, great.
With me, like more, broader advisory. Like, let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
Correct. Logistics. That's her thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, is everything good and in order, or
yes.
are there any stressors, or
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making with Jack.
Oh wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress-wise, being a part and not being the authors of our own lives, I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers had both of their health like difficult. So she had to go to.
You telling me to pause?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Is
I
this
was reading the
guy
chat.
ever gonna shut up? Like this
No.
dude, what in the fuck?
I was wondering if that's unusual, like, because we can't tell. Does he sound cool and calm? Because I was thinking the same thing. He's kind of like jumping around and saying a bunch of shit. Is that his
I mean, in
normal?
terms of pace and tone, he sounds completely calm.
Right. I
But
did
it's
speed
like-
it up when you were off, by the way, to 1.25 because I thought it sounded better than I.
But this guy's got a fucking story for everything.
Right.
So let me ask you, so you can explain to the chat, how is this coming in?
A statement of a party opponent. So
But it's like, dude, and the follow-up question to that is, in terms of a statement of a party opponent, does it have to include things like such as inculpatory things that were said?
no, that would be statement against interest, which is of a non-party. So the defense can't put in the self-serving statements of their own party. Neither side, okay, because it's the same rule in a civil case, can put on the self-serving like statements. Oh, that's his statements. You can if it's like a prior consistent statement or something like that. But the opposing party, that's why it's statement of a party opponent. The opposing side can get in everything you say, whether it's for any reason. I mean, I guess it would still have to be relevant. Obviously, this is relevant, his fucking bullshit lies, but they don't need anything special to get it in, since it's his own statements and he is the party and it's being offered by his opponent, in this case, the state.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're only 280 subs away from 60,000. Let's get there.
Let's get there.
Go
Hey,
ahead and sub.
how come we didn't get some sort of plaque? I thought like people got a plaque at 50 or something.
100,000.
Oh, there's no 50 plaque?
Nope.
Oh.
No 50 plaque.
Well, come
100
on,
grand.
people. We need 100. Let's just
go. Like,
Let's go.
seriously. I mean, come on.
All right. I blooped it back a second.
And then our mothers had both of their health like difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade to come here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She's had cataracts and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you. Not going away.
Yeah.
But those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was it was one of those, we were back as a team, we were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
yeah,
Is it okay if I ask about?
please ask any questions you'd like.
the legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question or would you like
Just a rundown, what?
Yeah, I just represented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
You're an attorney?
Or,
What's your representation?
no, I
didn't know what you do, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay, well, we have to try. So I had some art and I lost money on it and I just represented it to another person in the gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved and I was arrested and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021 and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed, and then things continue to be postponed, and that's so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I'm able to be in Massachusetts. I'm sorry, in DC with my wife. She's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Right. Obviously, I think there's some.
That's what we're looking with. The prosecutor definitely.
We can make milk.
I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more. He saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a while longer. And, but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can, I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it. She probably explain the law better than I can. But I acknowledge that integrity, and thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So we're not going to catch up.
No, it's I just I know. I want to get a whole picture. I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah.
Most
so
important.
But I do want to acknowledge extremely
stress or anything like
but
that.
it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But I'm under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes. Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah. I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point, and now she had to start carrying her passport. Yeah. So, but now she always carries her passport. She brought. William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open up an account for Thomas. And so the only way to identify him properly. So she brought those passports here and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but the biopsy said it was fine on her side. And but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. We've got to get because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning. And then now her work schedule really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she's taking 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversaries. So it's sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? Going by on?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me. We really talk about everything. No, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, and most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea she thought it was going to take a month or two to get there. It's take a lot longer. So we wouldn't buy stuff just like everything we keep having to buy new stuff.
Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light. Okay. Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage. So I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat. Don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. So you tried the carry-on?
Absolutely. So Louis Vuitton carry-on
It's like a big purse. Like,
well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been at the house.
Wow. So he's talking about so I wonder why he's pretending that she was taking his jacket with, like, he's thinking of weird details. Like, okay, if I say she was taking my jacket, that proves she was taking up shit for me, getting ready for me to come. And she took this Louis Vuitton bag. Like, that's like just to show she packed and left. But, you know, why say she was taking my jacket with her? Like, did something happen to the jacket in the struggle, so he had to get rid of it? Was he wearing the jacket, carrying the body parts around? Like,
Yeah, it's, I mean, the amount of detail.
and wouldn't he be wearing the jacket in the Target videos? I guess we'll have to see if he's wearing jackets in the videos.
I just don't, in terms of his thought process, because at this point, he's dismembered the body, right? And he's already gone around and disposed of her body at certain places and
Gone and got all the
like,
cleaning supplies.
yeah, like
and-
what is he? If you're thinking like, okay, here's what the game plan is. Like, even in the world where she died unexpectedly, and he's like, all right, well, I can't
Yeah,
can't take this
I'm with you,
chance.
Sue Prize. Go ahead,
But
babe. Sorry.
but I don't know how he thinks that these details, which he has to know, are verifiable. Like, how he thinks this is going to help him in terms of that she's just up and vanished on her own accord. Like, I don't understand it. And it's like, but I think you never know how you're gonna handle a situation like this when it actually happens. Like, you can think about it all day long, forever, over and over and over about how you're gonna handle it. And then when the shit goes down, you don't handle it the way that you thought you were gonna handle it. And this guy with his like just word vomit it's crazy.
But he clearly thought all these little details out. Like, I'm gonna say she took
That's
my
what I mean.
coat. All right, let's keep going.
Weird.
I'm gonna back it up. Well, if that purse is there, then she must have come back.
My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, then she's definitely at that. She'd been at the house.
what color is it?
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all the
Yeah, with the
purse.
I mean, I had to become what my wife is.
Yeah. Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps in the day, like
No.
like hours ago.
No, nothing.
Just classic,
Like some,
like what I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always. That was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started drinking more, and then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's fine.
that. But no, Anna's they're totally through there always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and
Yeah.
Anna had picked it up on Saturday. So now I have one. I said, yeah, one of these is for you.
Sure.
But because things went so. All right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and then she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, that's an AirTag now.
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So
Yeah.
So, and I would always just say, oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back. We're always waiting for her to come save us four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
I'm assuming that's his phone dinging.
Your mother's gonna get upset. Okay. Yeah. Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice them. I didn't notice them. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on this side. I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
You guys were right. I was like, are they making this up?
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her?
Like you and everyone in the chat were like, yeah, they're dropping F-bombs. I'm like, I don't know that they're dropping F-bombs. But apparently they are. Wow. All right. Bloop back.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it yet?
No, we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone, blue and gray, the duffel bag, and then the purse that she brought.
Okay.
A black purse, so probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras in the house?
Not this one. No.
Ring doorbell.
No. Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
The landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but I've been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's anything else. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed. We had the door. What's the not ring, but what's the other one? Not or blink.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Arlo.
What's the one with the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think we had a Nest cam. But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had 3. So I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call or she talked through it and stuff like that. So she's very good with that. Yeah. But no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Do you have anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if you took
the photos I have on this?
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's 5,000 photos. Glasses back, please. What glasses, please? Okay.
Back off, Dad.
It's gonna be okay if I run around.
Yep.
You don't have to be.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell them not to. That's not. William, please. Oh, no, I would like to say, I don't know where that's from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that's your brother, so he's gonna get very upset. Thank you. All right, can I have the glasses back, please? All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while.
Yep.
And then, brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think we're sure. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free. It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
Yeah, just look, I saw the photos from
Oh, great.
yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay, yeah, the same guy.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think, I also went to, I had some interview banking stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house to see if anything jumps out?
Yeah.
Just being a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's All right, it is 7:31 on Chicago Corner.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defense saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214, Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after, or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Ana, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Ana had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8711?
This is the front of the house. It's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9712?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can, sir.
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And
so if anyone's like, what the heck, it seems jumpy. Every time he says, Miss Gilman, will you, I bloop forward. So we just get right to the picture and the answer.
Blooping.
Yes.
What is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 71 floor bathroom.
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137?
I didn't bloop that time.
Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken in family room.
And what is at the back end of the sunken in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13? Now, where is this in the Exhibit 14, please? Is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is that same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152?
It's a small ass bedroom.
What part of the home is this?
This is that sunken in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235?
Oh, see, I should have blooped.
Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? 247288. Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's two bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
They call that a master, sir.
The master.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298?
I don't think they call it that.
What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the 2nd floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next Exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have Exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
So before the opening started, the defense had a motion to like exclude this hole in the ceiling. I'm not sure where either side is, like what the state's theory is about
Wait,
this.
is that the big ass hole in the ceiling right beyond the fan? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
And
And
why
that's-
is he staying in a different room than his wife if they're doing so well?
All right. We'll have
Like
to see.
emotionally,
Right.
relationship wise.
Right.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
There you go.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then,
And that again is that objection to this, admission of evidence about the hole in the ceiling. I don't know what the state's theory is on this, but
I'd like to have Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have Exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the 2nd bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Who made
We
that
have
bed?
Exhibit 32, 7259.
what'd you say, babe?
Who made that bed? Sure the fuck wasn't the kid.
Maybe dad or mom.
What?
So I was thinking about it. I wonder if they're trying to say he's got this, what was it, a hatchet and some kind of saw
Yeah.
that he did this dismembering in the
Attic?
attic.
I thought it was in
Um,
the basement.
Oh, so, and I don't know what the theory is with this damn hole in the attic. All right.
What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
Oh.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
That is not suspicious.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
How's that relevant?
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091?
Well, are they saying maybe that he hadn't disposed of the body yet? He was hiding it in that nasty pool?
Possibly.
I mean,
we'll figure that out when we start seeing the dates of him driving
Right.
around town.
yeah. Okay.
Because
And where is
I
this?
don't know when
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
because there's the entire thing where they pull up and he's got the Volvo out
Right,
there
and
and the seats are down and he's got a tarp back there. And I just can't remember the timing of it.
Yeah. So maybe it is after, and that's what they're getting at. Because I'm like, why is it relevant that the pool was high and dark, and now it's? I mean, that's probably it. But
Hey,
let's
bro,
see.
why didn't you cover your pool, mofo?
7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Oh,
Got a siren going by, sir. I'm going to let it go.
the murder shack. Oh, here we go with the sirens.
Yep. Maybe we'll have to start on time tomorrow.
Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
Why?
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057?
So here's exactly what you're talking about.
What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset police station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Ana had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Ana's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
And what time do you think you go back to the police station?
Wait, I'm confused. I thought he said the first time the pool was full. And so is he describing two different trips right now?
Wait, the first time the pool was full?
Yes. And then it was drained.
What?
Yeah, he said it was full and green and there was no ice because it hadn't been cold. And then he asked if it looked different the next time. He said, yeah, the next time I went back, it was drained.
What?
Huh.
Really?
So
where the fuck are you draining that
but
pool?
he's talking about this walkthrough as if it's all the first walkthrough.
It
So-
is. This
So,
is
but
the
he's-
first time he goes and questions him.
No, but he definitely said when he went back, because he also talked about that the pool was drained and then it wasn't.
Where the
see.
fuck is he draining that pool?
Here, let's listen to it again. It wasn't that far. Wait.
Wow. You're really going back.
Yeah.
You go back, Jack. Do
Here
it
we go.
again. Oh.
All right, ready?
And there was no pool cover on it. Unseasonably warm that night. The water.
Pool that night when you were there on January 4th.
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
Wow.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
It's just weird how he's doing it like that without kind of making it clear this is a different walk around. Because then he's like, how long did this walk around take? So
Yeah, when was this walk around? How many days later?
No, there was the first walk around where the pool was full. And that's what they're talking about. I just don't know why he decided to interject how it was different without explaining and how many days after was that.
That's what I just
observed
said.
like this. Yeah.
Right. Like, I have no idea. Is this a week later, a month later? What?
Right.
Like
But
when?
the main walk around is that same day.
Right,
where
that
the pool
evening
was
of the
full.
4th.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we go back?
Could we
to
have
where
you
we
put this 44? Find it
Volvo X. I did that. I
to the station.
furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights if Ana had taken any by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
call
Yes, sir.
Sister.
And I called Ana's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to like scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer because it was wider than the pike pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No,
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
I returned back to the police station.
And what time do you think you got back to the police station?
Clear.
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
It's not real clear.
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Ana Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
A Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us
the rear of the house, excuse me.
the rear of the house? All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case, on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Ana.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office. And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th? Yes. About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th? About 5 p.m. Where did you meet with them? Cohasset Police Station. And who did you meet with? Trooper Chico and...
All right, sorry, I have to pause it because, Bob, you did miss this in opening.
Okay.
I was wondering, this is so weird. They charged him with assault and battery with the intention of causing death. So I'm just not sure why they would have done that. And maybe it's just that I don't know what that statute looks like.
Wait, there's an additional charge? I thought there was only one charge remaining.
I think that is the charge.
Really?
I mean, that's what they said in the opening.
What?
So I don't understand why they would have done that when they don't have a body to prove she was
Right,
beaten.
that's fucking ridiculous. What?
I don't know.
Huh.
We can, yeah,
That makes no goddamn sense.
we'll have to look into it and get back to y'all.
Yeah, we'll have to look into that.
All right, it blooped back.
5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought him up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house.
Whoa.
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howell, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper Chico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Of
Yes.
course it does.
Objections, any new? Marked and admitted as exhibit. Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted.
I just want to make sure there was no new
Court's
objections.
permission. January 5th. Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We're at, we're home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, assignment office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett. Cohasset.
Brian.
Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to, I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until in 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the 1st, so Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of bed for 7 or around 7ish. So when it's about light, and then I get up, sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning. I didn't. I'm 50-50, 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for when the day's off. I make French toast and so I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother and later. So the kids and I played all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get for little orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got off a bit late to see my mother, and then we went to Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. And that's pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to the your interview. And you said that, I think you said at the beginning that when you were about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye. Yeah.
So you did wake up and you did.
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said, bye, I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We got into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too. I was just woke up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw Ana before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early." And he said, "I got to find it."
So this is like 7 years old.
Yeah, I came down and said he was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
No,
it's
sorry.
fine.
To clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you tell me what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really.
I slowed it down for this recording, so.
Yeah, nothing's clear anymore.
Can you tell me what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really. She never dressed on. She had her underwear. I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it in her. Sometimes because she's getting herself ready in underwear normally. So I don't. I mean, but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore. She had to have worn her short black coat because I was listening. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag.
Yeah.
And then she had her black bag. I think it was Prada one. But she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
Pause it.
Confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up.
No.
He doesn't sound nearly as confident
Yeah.
in this interview, like at all. I think it's probably the volume of cops, because at this point,
for more. Right.
yeah, right. Like, if his hope was whatever bullshit he fed them on the, on the first go round, if he thought that was going to suffice, then, now the sphincter's tightening.
All right, I blooped back. Let's go. It's almost over.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up in the
No.
house here?
The only thing that turned up was when we were here last night at Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
she left her sunglasses?
It was Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there, because they go in there and start like taking stuff. So.
Okay. Okay. Sorry if I sidetracked. No. Has anything like this ever happened before?
You know, no, it's totally, is not a normal thing at all, and the reason why, I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out, and the week before, she was late for Christmas, because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th. Yeah. So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called people and she's like, hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone and she wasn't coming. So I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday. I don't know.
Yeah, this is definitely the first time I killed my
So going
wife.
back to Sunday, you didn't have.
What'd you say?
This is the first time I killed my wife.
Oh.
When they asked if this kind of shit's happened before. Oh, no, this is definitely the first time I murdered my wife.
Your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct? Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have, I remember the phone was with, I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it, Robin took the day we just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went in the garbage to look for it, because I guess they brought the phone on his phone away a while ago in the garbage, so they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down, and I think Robin was there, so, and then he got it for my mother, so. And that's when I called, I got my phone back, that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, that's the last time I know what's going on.
Right.
So it was, I didn't, she didn't give me the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally, she updates me, she's had several emergencies with the FBI, storm crossing at one point, that was her building, huge leaks at Mazda, or TJ Maxx, was gonna, leave, and then there was disgruntled, resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had one of these big, she debriefed me on it pretty frequently.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Okay.
So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33, because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Perfect, okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast, you run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was with the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys for Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So,
so then you went to see your mother?
yeah, after I was around 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No, they stayed with Rob.
They stayed with
Yeah,
Rob,
they
okay.
stayed with Rob. But I was considering, if Anna was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up, but we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people have come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so the pickup truck, who's that?
That belongs to Robin.
Okay, and then so.
So that belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press, so.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And using her garbage,
And,
at her place.
What, is it's the Swampscott?
Yeah.
Excuse me, address?
330 Paradise Road. What was that? My son's doing something.
What was that?
So, sounds like Ana had a really stressful job.
That's a trend. Some people,
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like Ana had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head, as I said, it was huge. It was the job of her dreams, and she got like 2 or 3 times the money that she could make before.
Yeah.
And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jan, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she?
Yeah, she was his, so he runs a real estate company,
Yeah.
and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a way larger scale,
Yeah.
multi-billion-dollar company, and, it was a lot. It was overwhelming, it was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned the distance, the issues that you were having on your end.
Yeah.
This job, your cost and depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna ask, pointed question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
No, she never, ever said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half, I know you spoke to her about how the year was being, and how she was really unhappy about the trial, and things the court case taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying,
For about an hour and a half, are you monitoring her calls, double checking her phone bill? He's pretty precise there. She talked to Jem for about an hour and a half. Okay, buddy.
the court case taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying, to come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have 100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist, was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He's spoken to me time today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. If she had a problem, she should do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past talk of it, no past attempts of it?
No
Nothing
like that. No.
And is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when kids grow up, how much more time we have together. So, during the pandemic, with all the family time best for us, it just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Ana? And we're good as friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That wasn't the problem. Also, I mean, there's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that her mother and father were for 47 years. And for me, coming from a divorce family, not enjoying that was like it just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling us something. It's always that possible. But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like you said, I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. But I didn't like DC, just, it was, maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time. And I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it. And I wasn't used to what a relationship meant. I was just like a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it. And then Ana realized that she wanted to be with me, and then being in Boston was fine. So and then things.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. Jurors, we're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
We'll be
All
right
right,
back
please.
right now.
Close your notebooks. And one for ID, and then I believe it was a motion to eliminate, and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass them out, have the court officers pass them out to the jurors?
I'm fine with that. Any objection to that?
No, you don't.
Wait, let me go back.
The jurors, for the jurors and before the jurors come in, could I ask? We have created a blank calendar for the jurors and for everyone. I believe it was a motion to eliminate, and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass them out, have the court officers pass them out to the jurors?
I'm fine with that. Any objection to that?
No, you don't.
All right.
All right, so the jurors
Giving one to-
are going to have a calendar, blank calendar.
All rise for the court. Harrison Schmidt.
Want those hand out now, Your Honor?
Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Want those hand out now, Your Honor, or you want to wait?
Harrison
wait,
Schmidt. Why Bob write Ricky Schmidt? On the banner there.
Oh, because people said he looked like Ricky Gervais.
Oh,
Hey,
you're being funny.
hey.
So we blooped right past lunch, babe.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
I got a shovel.
But if there's something you want to say now before we reconvene,
Or forever hold my peace?
no, never. And I was
Say
gonna
it now or forever.
try to get
hold
something
you.
to
Hi,
eat.
buddy.
Hi, buddy.
Aw, so sweet. I love him so much. Aw. He wants to go play in the snow. I guarantee it. This
Yeah.
guy's ready to play in the snow. What did I miss there at the end? Anything of note, of interest?
No.
No. Okay.
Oh, they just talked a little bit about before they were married that they had a problem. They lived in DC together. He didn't really like to see DC, and he moved back, and then eventually she moved back too. But this was like pre-marriage.
Nobody is buying this guy's shit. Nobody.
Right.
At least according to Twitter.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes.
At that point, but that was, and I was happy with it anyway at that point, but that was, I mean, you grew up.
And I'll ask this to everybody, is there any extramarital with you or?
Actually, babe, this might be a good time for you to take over.
All right, hold on.
Court TV stream.
Okay. Please hold. Please hold.
While you're doing that, I'll go over some of these. We already thanked History and Homicide.
So is this right after? Oh, and by the way, there is a goal, and I just want to let you all know, this is like a one-time deal in terms of the low threshold that I've allowed. If Allie would have caught wind of this, she wouldn't have it. So like I only required a $5 minimum super grift in order for a wheel spin, wherein the winner will come on with us for one day during trial. We haven't picked it out for 10 minutes as a guest of the stream and a co-talking head. And like Allie wouldn't have it. Like the last time we did it was like $50 an entry. So just so you have scale there, I did this without her knowing.
Yeah.
She rules with an iron fist.
I do. And that's why I said earlier we might have to start on time tomorrow, because I'm looking at how many people we have here, thinking we have a lot of people, but most of those people are on X. So I think we lose viewers if we don't start early.
The other channels, like we have more than anyone other than Melanie.
All right, because I just worry if we start late and they start
cases,
right, they start with someone else, they're going to say with someone else. So
I agree with that concept. I think that's true. I think that's true. I mean, that's usually why I don't do the pause thing.
Yeah.
All right.
While you're pulling it up, I'll keep going. Toxic Grape Granny is a new member. What does she get, babe?
Oh, family hug.
Glockenard.
What?
I don't know. Don't let me speak.
Glockenard.
is in. Thank you for
I'm
your
in.
generosity.
Sweet.
Happy Kramer 28. Love you both. So happy to have you guys live streaming this trial today as I crank out a bunch of paperwork. Thank you. Motions and CPA. Happy December. How the fuck did we make it here already? Glad I'm watching in delay with y'all today. Defense opening was surprising as we learned. Thank you for your generosity. Spitfire, thank you for your generosity.
How close are you to, so wait,
This is literally as soon as they come back from lunch and he's
does,
starting.
does Schmidt get back on the stand?
Yes.
Okay. So is that where we're at? Right.
Yeah, we're
when
at
Schmidt-
right when he starts the video again from where they dropped off.
Okay. I think I'm close. Here, let me throw this up and you can tell me if I need to fast forward and such and so forth and so on.
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan are interviewing the defendant's mother, Diana Walshe.
Right now, you got to go back. They were in the middle of.
After the interview, did you have?
Keep going. Keep going.
Are you going to go shovel?
Yeah.
Keep going because you got to get right to when he first gets back on the stand.
I was trying to see if, like, I didn't see him walk back in. Why are they fucking showing the back of Walsh's head all
Because
the
there's
time?
no video with his interview, so like this is what.
Oh, they're playing the. They're still playing
Second
the
half of
interview?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here you go.
Is this it? Okay.
Yeah.
It's gotta be right.
Now you can loop forward. Oh no, there you go.
Loop or no?
I mean, it's a second. You don't have to. I'll be back.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
And I was happy with anyway at that point, but that was, I mean, you grew up.
And I'll ask this to everybody, is there any extramarital with you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me. And, not that I have any information that's on this, like, everyone who called me said, maybe like on a work call, the same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Bella moved back to the Navy, is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would like eat in bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised that, when we were younger, we were seeing, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So in your experience, you had no suspicion that she was seeing someone else and doing anything like that? No indication to you that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were part of it. We spoke a lot. That's why, people were like, don't worry if you haven't spoken to it. But we spoke all the time. We spoke in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, she had rings, talk about her husband and kids. I mean, it seems weird to have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in DC, and when she came here, she was talking to you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with you, like a girlfriend? Or...
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Rima?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. Rayma. Rayma. So it's Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with. Ferre. Ferrer.
All right.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
And anyone else?
Yeah, so Rima was, so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were the people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest, Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted, yeah.
I'm not distracted. So, Rima, Jam. Who else did she? Well, Peter Purdy was here.
Oh, Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter, you know, he didn't, I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. It was like, he needs support. So that's Alice's brother. He lives in Marshfield. So, we're pretty close with them.
So, you know Peter and?
Peter and Ana went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh,
So that's how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So, Peter Kirby, and leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for the
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
That's part of the leadership training is the community service project.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to be proud of. So.
Nice.
What do you think?
What do you think? I'm like, first it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's gonna be all over. I'm having a hard time like sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC. And Jan and Della are like, where else did you go to? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone would be possible because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she was just like go and not say anything to anyone or take a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just leave. She wouldn't leave us or the kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What do you think to do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been useful. And also she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
With the bank institution stuff like that.
yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Grand Bank. And then she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple Credit Union.
Yeah. So all the money goes there. And then we've got the Chase cards. We have the Fidelity, which something happened. Something happened to the Fidelity card when she was in Belgrade. So that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have used that one.
Okay.
And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't do the bank accounts. I don't deal with those, but I used to do all the investment accounts and all of the view of.
Obviously, we want to contact these banking institutions.
Yeah.
If any activity is going on.
Sure, I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase, the Fidelity. Nothing's been going on, but the Chase. I use the Freedom card, and the last time she used the Freedom card in Belgrade. It doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I was like, so I called her to don't use the card there. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last sort of credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something, 4 weeks ago.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom removes for a company I work with, Thresholds, which is sports car or mobility company. So they buy from their, whatever the vendor, we do it on the credit card and then they pay us back. So that's one of the, so I'm always checking that card.
Okay, any suspicious activity on that?
No,
Any
no.
transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize, no.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two, like anywhere?
It's been DCA to Boston, and then, I think she went to Chicago or she went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Tissue Inspired. Then she went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for work?
Yeah.
What was the destination that you really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, we're going to take her to Japan. I said, yeah, absolutely. It was
On my list.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said, it's good. She loves the Japanese food, so.
Going back to our phone, you guys have a family plan or you had the family plan?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Tissue Inspire, she's like, trying to decide what to do. She said, well, she wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
So you have no access to like her.
I no
records.
no, but Tissue Inspire ones, right? So,
Yeah, well, that's.
you know, I thought you had the phone.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies.
really?
So, yeah,
Oh, I thought they were just handing it right over.
they always have to be corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, if she was on the family, I mean, I'm so upset. If she was on the family plan, I could like just like hand it right over to you guys right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother, my brother, me, and on it, so.
Okay.
Anna was married in the past?
She was, yes.
And what's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she got. He must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was only like the last 3 years or so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking, because, talk to Martha, like, we won't talk to her. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking what?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time, we had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person, just didn't bring her out, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he lives in DC. That's where they met.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp?
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the chase cars is under that married name.
Okay.
We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But that changed her name from, so it's on the Knipp on the car.
But it's still an active credit
It's
card?
an active card, but we haven't used it. There's $229 credit on it. It hasn't been, no one's used it the last 6 or so months. So.
He normally can carry a large amount of cash with her?
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times she only had $50 with her. Like she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought in for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in. We went there. Lives in. I'm sorry, it's by the water near Boston, Winthrop. So it lives in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
For her personal use?
no, she just like cared if we had cash for fresh bowls, or if there was some money I could give to her. But then she would forget, so that there were times when she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time, though. I don't go through her wallet, so. But there are times where I said to me, money, she only had $50. But she always dresses like she had a lot of money on her.
I have there's no financial trouble, nothing like that.
No, actually, we're better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but with the new job and, where the real estate has worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day before you left?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. We were excited, what she wrote. Peter saw what she wrote for it was very positive, and Jen was here, and it was, it was kind of like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is going to be the best ever. She was and it's just not, they are at all.
You guys have you had major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, I'd be out of integrity that we haven't arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks, and that was 2 weeks of vacation. I was like, I don't know if you can use you here, the boys, for 2 weeks. So I have to go to Belgrade. So that was our biggest argument. And I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother reminded me, I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other time this year that I didn't have contact with her daily.
So you normally have daily contact with her?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you go no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week of December. There's some points in December where there was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here, she wasn't, and I was like, I'm gonna file this person report, you're missing, where are you? But like 24 hours, 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel pretty good.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like? Just any time, like during the last couple of months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
Work.
I mean, it's been like she always says, "Hey, hello," and this is what I'm doing today. I said, "Oh, the boys are off." Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We have a recap. Anyway, at night I was like, "Oh, I'm tired." The kids are running crazy. She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I do all the cooking normally." So I was like, "I'm going to go to Cabo to get something to eat." And it's just the recap of it. Normal as if we were together. Yeah, as if we were together without being in person. But there were some nights that I remember December, like 23rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st. We didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we go to bed. The kids sometimes go to bed like, "Had you guys not come, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was going to try to get some sleep tonight." So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues at all with Ana? Does she have any indicators to you that something is amiss there, or any diagnosis?
No, and not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, yes, probably pushing. Pushing, not a mental problem. Yeah, sorry. No, probably. I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No. None of that stuff.
It's for us coming in here. It's tough because we obviously want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people don't miss it. I'm trying to get the answer to those questions.
Well, please feel free to ask any questions that you have. Don't worry about moving the pen. I understand that you're here to find Ana and you're working for her.
Well, all right, I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, that's right. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
You guys never had a physical fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, so there's no mental health, there's no financial problem, there's no extramarital affairs, no physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work.
Being separated.
Separation,
Yeah.
depression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a major neurological event last year, and that's why she had to go to Belgrade. So we got pressure from that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until I'm looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. It seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about them. All of those things seem like a lot.
So you went to her?
I think we discussed them both. Like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children, and she was missing. It's a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up. Like Tom would go with her, and I would want to split the kids up. So why did they all the kids? And I was like, how is that going to be for your job? I mean, we did not have a good solution. I mean, it up until, it felt untenable until right now. I go back to that one, it's very, very easy to work out because I still have my partner would be here right now to work it out.
Where would you go to look for it? If you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it? You have a favorite place? You have,
we we've yelled at everyone. We're exhausted. Like, we all the hotels and the hospitals. And a favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day, or something like that, because they thought maybe we should go there. But I don't know. Ana was not someone who would just want to go out and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her to, her flight is delayed, so I said, go into town. I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be it. She would always want to do it with me or at least someone else. I like to think it would only be with me, but obviously, it wouldn't be something. She would just go off on her own, like my father was traveling by himself and seeing big need and things like that. So that was not my experience of Ana.
and this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't. I personally can't imagine that. But she did. I remember I talked to Alyssa about it today. She's a friend, Carrie Westbrook, and I guess she was going to go see her. They've been good. They came up with the Ana Washington together. I don't know what happened. She was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her. She was on FaceTime with Viber because the SIM card was broken, and I was like, I guess maybe I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, "Hey, you're breaking. I'm not doing very well." It's the first time she ever said that. I say that all the time. I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new. And Jen said that she seemed different, but the extent that you're talking about, to this extent, is this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas. No, SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so it wouldn't freak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for that. And, part of that, I think, is trying to understand Ana. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and send to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone and you said in the interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Ana. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all the contents to your phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though is, what we're interested in, yes, download everything, what we're interested in is looking in and finding information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Ana specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is all this.
You know what I mean?
What's your concern?
I don't know.
Are there other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be like, because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on. And
who's that?
Tracy Myers, who's representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta
Sure you do,
call
pal.
her.
Sure you do.
She said before you do anything, like turn on the phone or anything?
No, like before you do anything else. I mean, she always wants to be here to talk to us. And I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them whatever they want. I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it would be fine. Or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that you're asking for?
Right.
Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Ana and dates of, the 31st and the 1st of present. We're not interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And, that, instead I believe, that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, but I believe that require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, and that's not what we're looking to even.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes of data.
Yeah, going.
It's a small one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 32 hours.
Okay, so now it's
An hour to download. Yeah. I think it would be useful to our investigation. I think it would be
Okay.
helpful.
All right, well, I wanted to know.
In this last push for the
Absolutely.
Super Bowl.
That is
Oh,
my
there we
intention.
go. Yeah.
And my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Right. Just so you're aware, any peace of mind, we don't have a client, we're not investigating a client. This is a missing person.
No, I understand.
We're here at a community caretaking function.
No,
Just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that, and no, I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not.
I thought you were making sense.
I'll be very quick with it. And if Tracy and I would talk in the morning, then we'll do the process. I'll just give you the phone, or I would come to Canton, or to be away from. I do a lot of work on the phone as well. It's
We can come get it, and we can actually do it here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
Bring it here and do a download. Guy works in my office that does it efficiently. We can send him over.
Okay, great. So, you guys, the gentleman, I my request to give me a moment to talk to Tracy about it.
No one's taking your phone from you.
No. I don't know, but I don't. I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes. But I just have to make sure that that I listen to all the advice I have come my way, which is a lot. I do apologize, but I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow. And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what possessions do we know that Ana had on her person? What's in her wallet? Like,
Yeah.
I know she had a wallet, she didn't bring her sunglasses.
She has a ring in her wedding band, which is diamonds.
Okay.
So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has, I think she bought some, she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, Louis Vuitton, Prada, and she had a Prada bag, or usually a Prada bag. And then, what else did she have? She was either a Rolex or Hermes watch. And
Rolex or what?
Hermes. Hermes, Hermes watch. She would have, she had some small diamond earrings.
She's wearing all this when she left.
I think she had I heard she had the Rolex with the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she read.
Yeah.
It's not here now.
Yeah, so because everything's at Washington DC.
What's
All of our stuff is in Washington DC. There's like 2% of stuff.
But this stuff here came with her.
Yeah, it's all this came with it.
It's just a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or she was wearing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And the 100 boots is weird. Normally she wears like leather boots, like Prada boots is what she wears. So, that was I heard the weather. I said, what was it? Who was there?
Does she leave any belongings here, like toiletries, anything?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has her pajamas and there's underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in remember I took you upstairs and there was Brian's room?
Yep.
Yeah, one of the drawers there, she's got all her clothing. Okay. But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has and then she brings some stuff. So.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all, it was 6-year-old guys.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you make some? Oh, did you just make some art? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Do you want to explain it?
Blah, 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 blah,
Yeah. Oh, well,
I like this.
not bad for some, better than I could do. There's other but the gist was that and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So his mother came down and then said, "I gotta go." And then one of the things, "I love you. I love you, see you soon." And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi, and I said, "Was the car up here?" And he said, "No, it was all the way down there." So I said, "You didn't see the car?" He said, "No." And I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, yeah.
That's pretty much what I want to ask him exactly.
Yeah. So it's, yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So,
If you saw a vehicle that she got into, obviously, doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
yeah, and he kept saying it was a taxi, and I was like,
But
I
know you mentioned, I can't remember, did she normally take Uber or Lyft?
normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well, I know that.
Have you guys ever called the local taxi company before?
I have. I called, John's Taxi or something several times. I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call and, I would call in the mornings. I didn't book it on time. It's very hard to get it at like 5 in the morning.
Right. How did you normally get to the airport?
Yeah, the, Uber, yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back to us.
Because we've called as well, and they were like, not. Because I said it's, they said, I'm sorry, I can't do that. But that's like a Jim, a Deller, like, well, we just have to find out what the Uber took. And I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like,
Absolutely, yeah,
not a business account or anything like
no,
that.
all of the apps and stuff are under, yeah.
It would be under like her.
Oh, Tissue Spy? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Something like that.
No, the last thing Nick was that credit card.
It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts, so sometimes you just leave it alone, you know?
Yeah, well, when we actually do the Twitch and Nick, and then we got married, I do the Twitch and Nick and Walsh, but I don't think there's anything left, maybe the chips, but maybe in Belgrade there is, but. Actually, she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay. She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she at US also?
Yes, yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Where does she carry it around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a US passport, but if she carries her, like the Serbian passport, she wouldn't carry it because it's not useful. They won't here in the United States.
I'm just gonna sneak in there. If they're asking Tom's
Yeah,
questions,
right.
I don't wanna ask them the same
Okay,
questions, so
yeah.
I just wanna see if they're asking them.
Whatever.
What's he working on? It's Brian here.
We have to ask
Can
him.
you decipher for me?
No.
I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us,
Yeah.
and he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there.
Okay.
And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's not true. He enjoys he was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on over there. Having a grand old time with the hearts. They're so used to it the last 9 months now buying cups of roses.
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Like, okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you require or request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have a trained professional who just interviews kids. It's not a police officer. It's like a civilian that works for the VA's office, and it's not at a police station. It's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably 45 minutes.
Okay, got it.
So it's actually right behind.
Pause it a sec, babe.
Hey,
I mean, I didn't hear it during the first interview, and I was listening on my phone, but I may have missed some stuff. Where is the police asking, what do you think happened to her? Where do you think she is?
Yeah, I mean, where are any of those types of questions at all? Like, I don't know if their game at this point is still to try to give him the impression, him being Brian, that they're not really suspecting him.
Right, but still asking him, where do you think she is? That doesn't show,
I
because
mean, they're asking that in a roundabout way. They're like, does she travel? Does she do this? Like, where else does she go? I mean, they're asking all the questions that surround that particular question without asking that question.
right. And history and homicide. Sorry,
Huh?
go ahead. No,
I think that they're trying to keep him talking, babe.
keep him talking. History
Right,
and homicide had asked this earlier. Was he Mirandized? So you don't have to be Mirandized unless you are in custody. He's at his own home, and they would argue they're treating him as a witness. So this is not a custodial interrogation where he would have to be Mirandized.
Yeah, and that's an important point for everybody to remember. You know, every time that you talk to cops, you don't need to be Mirandized. That custodial thing is the key element.
Yeah, and just I don't want to sound like I'm saying that can't happen in your own home. I've filed many motions that people are in custody when they're in their own home. Their home gets raided, multiple police officers, you're told where to sit, they stand by you the whole time.
You don't,
Specifically if you ask to leave, you know,
right?
so you don't have to be in the police station, but this was clearly the vibe, a very laid back, casual conversation. And it doesn't look like his lawyers even tried to argue that this was custodial in nature.
Yeah, I mean, the first time that we get any kind of whiff of him lawyering up is obviously when they're looking to get the phone. You know, like at that point, he's like, okay, you know, and he's clearly not stupid enough not to have consulted an attorney. Like when that first call to the lawyer happens, I don't know at this point. I can't remember, but you know, after, I would be shocked if it didn't have to happen right after this particular discussion. You know, because I don't know if he knows. Like, he's got to know that they brought the dog into the house in terms of, you know, doing the sniff. He's got to know that, you know, they looked in the Volvo and he's like, oh, fuck, I got that tarp in there. What are they thinking of that thing? You know, it's like there's these things where he had to put shit together in terms of, all right, you know, they're getting dangerously close to, you know, thinking on the guy here. I would think, you know, I certainly would be thinking, I'd be like, oh, you know, if he's an egomaniac after the first one and he just thought he was brilliant. Oh my God, I was brilliant. I had answers for everything. It was
They were eating out of the palm of my hand.
unbelievable. I just answered everything. You know, and it's like now he's got to be feeling the squeeze a little bit, I would think.
Right.
But he does have that. He's very much that smartest guy in the room type dude, you know?
You just turned the sound all the way down, I think.
I did?
Believe so.
I don't think so. I think I just floated over it.
Okay.
Yes, that's the room. But it's right behind you, like generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
You want to talk to Brian Emily?
Just bring the kids off. Well, obviously the 2-year-old's yeah, not speaking, I'm guessing much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone. So
I think you can bring all the kids and toys for them to play with. And, we'll see if.
Yeah, we covered that hearing. I don't know when that conversation took place. It was even in writing. And it wasn't very clear. Like, frankly, to be honest, I think that'll hold up. And we had a really interesting question earlier regarding that.
The judge ruled on that pretrial, right?
Yeah.
That's the one where the lawyer was like, just this and that, but wasn't, yeah.
Right. I don't know, did you get to this? Like, this is kind of in line with that concept. Does his guilty plea make an appeal, should he be convicted, based on the poisonous tree search evidence, less likely to succeed since his plea is basically based on that evidence?
I don't think it should, because they didn't use that evidence against him. They're only trying to use it here. He doesn't. So I don't think that the only way that his guilty plea makes his appeal, less likely to succeed is that, the evidence of guilt is over. They could consider the evidence of guilt. Well, no, it wouldn't matter because he's admitting it all here anyway. I don't think that specifically would it affect it, his ability to
I don't think so
argue.
either. Because I mean, theoretically, you're not appealing pleas. I mean, if he were to go in and say, look, I want to take back my pleas on both these things, which
He can't do at this point.
you can't do it at this point because they're a trial. You know, and they're using that evidence for different things here. They're using it to
Show his
prove the
intent to
murder. Right. So yeah, I don't think it'll impact it in terms of, because I mean, that argument is like, well, look, the only reason I pled out to those things is because I lost the motion to suppress.
Right.
Which is not a good legal argument. That's not an argument that is going to, you know, oh, well, I was really relying on winning that suppression motion. So
It does make his ability to appeal in that case as to the two he's pled guilty to, but not in the murder case.
yeah, I don't think it's going to be real helpful in those either, to be honest with you.
We're just gonna have the person ask him questions about mom, and last you know, recent conversations they can remember with her, and that's pretty much it.
That's fine.
And it's really kind of a nice, casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see it when you sit down before anyone talks to anyone. You'll see yourself in the situation. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow. If
What time?
I don't know what time yet,
Okay.
but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta just, we normally I take him to school, so, I'll certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about it, maybe we'll do all of it tomorrow.
That's actually, that one's a good idea. That would be convenient. We could just-
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm emergency, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, what time are you here, about 7 in the morning, you said?
Unfortunately.
That's what time my house gets up to.
Yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old, is starting to really pop feedback, right?
Oh, yeah, he's fresh. Let me see if I can get the time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the question, you know, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do. That's what you need to know. Yeah.
We're trying every avenue here. You know what
I
mean?
appreciate
So
that. Yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit. And we can,
All right. Great.
so typically something will jump out. You know
Okay. I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You want to have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow, as far as like children being interviewed,
Mhm.
so it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing they're probably pretty flexible, but like you said, try to get it done. Time is of the essence. We
Well,
want
I mean,
everybody to get done as possible.
waiting till Monday makes no sense at this point.
No.
We have no time.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So we can talk in the morning and confirm. I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it. I mean, we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work.
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you looked at that.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, hi, William. Oh, yeah. Was it hello?
Hey, buddy.
Say hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm gonna help you find it, okay? Okay. That may be a terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age. Now, that's ruined everyone's life. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss in Canada is gonna give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up, and then hopefully we can set something up.
Any other?
Trying to think anything else we have before we terminate that.
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did you leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, I mean, certainly look into that. If that's supportive, I know,
He's like, oh,
you know,
God.
I know you gotta look everywhere.
Right.
Your job, I'm not, it's neutral, so don't worry.
We got a new set of eyes, so I'd like to just check the
Okay,
box.
yeah, hey,
anytime.
I love that, yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
No,
last time,
right.
so we definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay, it's not one that you can, like, walk around. And,
Right.
we tried that, and I broke the ceiling, I fixed it, yes.
10 o'clock, anytime, Kristen is the name of the council that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess any time works. So 10 o'clock sounds okay to you, 10:30 or?
How long is the session gonna be? Because that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
Yeah, he
they
broke
can go
the
a
attic
long
trying to
time,
hide the
but
body up there.
Those are, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. In this instance, it's gonna be like, more of just like a conversation and, you know, how the mom, you know, their sense of how mom is and stuff like that, I guess, you know. So I think it's gonna be, I guess my answer is I don't think it's gonna be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so if it's an hour, well, it's too late.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out, the timing. You know, I think 10 would probably work out just fine, so.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get you the address before we leave. And we'll plan that, confirm, we'll talk in the morning.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No.
I haven't been here before.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll knock this up.
Yeah.
All right, it is, 20:53, Thursday, January 5, 2023, starting off the report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
The people talking on that table?
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan are interviewing the defendant's mother, Ana Walshe.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps, to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator. There's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We checked the shed, the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes.
And what did he say about the cell phone?
It was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's.
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Ana carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said that he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walshe residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And what did you do after you left the Walshe residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset police station.
What did you do at the Cohasset police station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metrolec command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines, there was the Metro search and rescue team, and the State Police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Now, was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvases were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who'd you speak to?
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper Chico.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
And now, sir, when is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walshe after the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper Chico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
it does.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 55 the next drive that has the interview from January 7th.
Audio from 1/7/23 is now marked in evidence as Exhibit 55. Thank you.
Ms. Gilman?
The recorder is on. It is 13:52 on 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Our president is
David Chico, I'm DICICCO.
Proctor, PRO, CTOR, Detective County Liaison Officer.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
And I'm Brian Walshe.
Perfect. Thank
And
you.
we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about opening emails and passwords that Ana may use. And so staying on that topic, what let's just try to go through all methods of communication that you know on. Let's know she has a cell phone. Within that cell phone, applications that you I know in Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within having texting like WhatsApp?
Yeah, it's so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is actually gets in touch with her sister mostly, but she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generate a secondary telephone number that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to that?
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that, and the iMessenger stuff has been people calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone over the last week, so.
And password for Instagram.
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff for banking. So I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And Theograph is capital B,
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were like that she wanted to get me on. So like the credit cards. So maybe bank accounts. I don't really look at the bank accounts like Netflix and things like that.
Back to any other methods of communication? Well, Facebook. Facebook, you have access.
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I have. But Facebook, Instagram will allow you email, text, and phone calls. I don't know if that's it. Yeah. Right. So Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we talked about against those 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union. Liberty Bay. Liberty Bay is a credit union or something, and they have they have one of their locations right here in England. Or is that the credit unions in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Bay or Liberty Bank?
Liberty Bay. Yeah.
Didn't she recently open the account in DC?
I think she's using her Apple credit union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One.
You didn't have access.
No, definitely. No, not for that one. No.
All right, let's. Anything else?
The money that was moved from sale of the house to the escrow or 1031 exchange. I think what else? I mean,
where is that company?
What's going on?
Yeah.
But I think you said what was that, about 4 million?
Yeah, it's 200,000.
And is that those are the proceeds from the sale of the Real Street?
Yes, 10 something.
December 29th on sale after the vote.
That's what the money is. Yeah.
And what is the property that became slated going to?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there's also talk about something here in Massachusetts. Okay. But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
You guys have
no, there has been nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in there.
2 in the lane that over here.
And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade. There's a condo there and probably a small bank account that her and mother share. Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or her mom's?
It's in mom's name. But then they also have a piece of property across that her and her sister own.
Wait, did the judge just ask a question?
There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father.
Oh, Jesus, it's the recording. I just got so confused. Wow.
Which is about 45 minutes out.
Ignore me.
That's in her mother's name. That was never in her father's name.
Yeah.
And these are all, yes, we talked about in the US, those are all going to be, correct?
Everything's on his name.
Well, they're not name, but, is there any business dealings, property that she's doing on her without your?
Without my knowledge?
Well, without your knowledge, without your, like, input, so to speak, like she's kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
Look, he's like starting to
That's
sweat.
not how America was involved. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it. No, we talked about everything, you know, she was looking for the dog, she was looking for the car, all these things.
Her business, like, obviously, fire and that was built in.
Look, he's telling his lawyer something. He's starting to sweat. He's wiping his face.
Only, you know, my company, the Lens company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a.
Can you guys hear the recording at 125?
Yeah, it's been fine. It's been the same that it has been. And yes, Mary Ramon asks if I am sick. I got the cold that Bob had, so I'm stuffy and I'm losing my voice, but I feel fine.
Yeah. I'm still fighting that thing too.
A new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do when I'm, you know, watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we're building it up over the last 2 years. It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're going to go cash flow positive this year. Training and human based.
Pause it real quick. I feel like they had to be thinking, like, from the jump, this is not the demeanor of a guy whose wife is missing. Like, there's just nothing. I mean, we all know now that he knew his wife wasn't missing and he wasn't, you know, but they had to be thinking, like, from the jump, like, this guy seems not concerned about the location of his wife at all, or for the fact that she's missing. Are you muted or you just
Because
not
Tully, you think that her body was in the pool? Like the first time they came over?
So that's what I don't get, because they said earlier they were there twice on the 4th. So the pool had water, then the pool didn't, but then they said when they went back, they used the lights and they used the
Yeah, they
pool?
dragged the bottom of the pool with
Right. So they don't explain, did you guys didn't do anything with the water, like they didn't flesh it out. So I'm confused by it. But
I mean, the insinuation is if the pool was drained in the interim between the first time they were there and the second time they were there on the same fucking day, that
right.
he drained. But like, why would he have to drain the pool in order to?
Right, that's what I said the first time. So the body was hiding in the pool when they were there the first time, but I didn't realize it was like hours later. But
But I'm saying, like, why would he need to drain the pool in order, like, he could do the same thing and just try to find the body? Like, he probably used the thing that was at the bottom, the pool scraper, like to kind of get her over to if she was, because I think the body would be floating, to be honest with you, unless he weighted it down. So I don't know.
right.
I don't know.
But
I don't know if the body was in the pool.
yeah, I don't know. I thought that's where my thoughts went.
I mean, the weird hole in the room, but you know, the problem with, you know, you can still see the 2x4 in the flooring from the attic above it. So it clearly didn't go all the way through. I don't know.
Or did, and then they put something there. It looked like that was like something was stuck there so you couldn't see straight in.
No, that was like what it looks like between floors. You've got the 2x4s and you could see the subflooring, the bottom of the subflooring.
Subflooring. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like they think that either they're trying to argue that he either went up there to hide the body and realized, oh shit, and almost fell through, or the body was up there and it fell through.
Well, the
I
only
think they're
thing
trying to establish it could have been in either place.
Yeah, I'm not buying the attic thing. But I do think if the body was in the pool and it was weighted down, because otherwise it would be floating, that he would have had to drain it in order to get in it.
Right, to get it
to get her, you know, to be able to get her out if he weighted the body down with something.
We work with psychologists who are workplace psychologists, who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
any major financial losses with that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the government. We've got 5 or 6 possibilities, and we have a in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think Ana, she looked to be not a pound over 110, 115, maybe. So yeah, I think if he was able to drain the pool to the point where it's, knee high or thigh high and he's able to wade around in there, yeah, I think he could definitely have dragged her out after he drained it. When it was full, I mean, who's diving in that fucking swamp? Not even this pinhead.
I mean,
Dive in that murky death hell. No one would do that.
Private and public companies over there, so it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses that you have, is that your sole?
That's the main. That's the main focus. Yeah.
The trading card business.
Yeah, there's a threshold, but that's not really a focus. It's just it's a mutual friend of Ana and I, so asked for support, and we've been doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. Just wasn't a business that I was terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a large investment on your end for that, or start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so.
Place to recoup that money?
Yes, yes, yeah. The focus is to recoup that and actually to use that money for restitution. Yes.
What was the investment in the cybersecurity?
Yeah, I have the exact numbers on that. We've, I guess it would be 90, so it was $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things will go well, and then we're going to close in the UK deals. And once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partner's not taking salaries out of those yet, though. So
you partner in the trading card business.
He's invested.
No.
No, I'm not partners. No. No, I'm just yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. So I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm looking to unwind. And hopefully, he got one of his partners, and now he and someone else are going to run it themselves. When they're bringing on a couple other people, just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months. And he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly. Oh yeah, neither did I. There's some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So is the plan for new investment partners is that how you're going to recoup your 50?
Unclear at this time, excuse me. But he is bringing on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's been off the sales of that. I can recoup my money definitely.
You brought up a restitution.
Yes.
What is the timetable for that to be resolved? What's going on?
We don't have a timetable.
That's what
I have been pressing to get as much paid as possible as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of Bernstein? How that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, people have a time period to pay it, set by probation. It's usually 3 to 5 years, typical.
Okay.
But it's always beneficial, everybody, defendant, to pay off things as quickly as possible.
Sure.
So that's always my goal, but there's no timetable imposed.
What's the total going on the restitution? That's ballpark.
Ballpark 450,000.
Well, we've already paid close to 200,000.
Pause it a sec.
Whatever. It's a little complicated because, right.
This is the Fed lawyer talking about his sentencing for
Right. So she's been there for this whole interview, just not saying a word. The first time she spoke, I lost myself and started thinking we were hearing the courtroom, and I was like, "Oh, the judge just say something?"
Right. And we're in front of the jury because the jury's still here. They're talking about sentencing on what? The shit.
Well,
that he
no,
said?
not this time, but the last time that the first you weren't on here and the lawyer said a word and I got confused and I was like, did the judge just speak? And then I remembered we're listening to a recording. So she stayed quiet the entire interview.
What you just described from that happening to you the last time is what happened to me this time.
Oh,
Like I thought,
oh,
I'm like,
got it.
who is this talking and why are they talking about restitution? Is the jury in the room? What's happening? And then I'm like, oh, this has to be the federal thing. Yeah, she's letting him chat it up.
Yep.
Like he's not any less talkative with his lawyer there.
The mother put up bail money of $75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So once he's sentenced, get that back, but she's not getting it back. It's going towards restitution. And I think you paid.
Well, not that, so it's 165. Yeah, and there's there's one. Right, just so you know, Anna's main thing was like, when we come to DC. The reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, well, you're coming to DC, then we'll just pay the bill. And I was like, it doesn't exactly work that way.
So the monitoring that was on
it was supposed to be, it would have been included in October. I think so.
Hingham Savings Bank, is that something that you for?
I went down to Cohasset town when we got here, and I opened up at the local bank.
That makes sense.
It was a silver bank in the United States or Massachusetts, and I thought, oh, this is great. I'll have a personal account there. I never used the Hingham Savings, but all the restitution money went in, and I took so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But I never did anything with that account. No access to it at all. I never been close to it here.
Possibility that she had an account that you didn't know about? That surprised me.
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me. But I mean, it's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it. So
going back just to round up, is there a possibility that you're going to be incarcerated at all into this?
Possible.
Possible.
Yeah.
On the table.
Of 6 months. Yeah. But that is not, that's all been put under suspense because of this.
So that's also.
Because it's one thing if Anna can take care of the kids for 3 months, for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another thing she can't.
But also, I mean, Anna and my mother both lost it. They were not having it. So.
That you made.
Well,
for 6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long, she's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where the kids go?
We've discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me, and we discussed that on September 1st because we only got this house for 6 months.
Okay.
I had said maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I will go to see you or the children, and you'll be all by yourself. There will not be a lot of support. But we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of not being able to see each other and her mother's illness and having to go to Belgrade, take a vacation there, not here, I said maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, for the new year, and especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before. And also, what was Tracy going to say about taking the kids? And I tried to do it with the kids. And I said, but obviously you're exhausted without the kids.
Blah,
Think about
blah,
what that's going to be like, having 3 boys at the house and we only do Han. So there was a lot up in the air. There's a huge amount of stress with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, Lady over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. She was in Serbia. She asked a few people if she was going to fly down there. Her mother and my mother support the kids. She's like, my mother. And I was like, your mother's like, she can't last. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching. Her mother did help us a few years ago with 2. But it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her lodging incident last year. So
how did
these interviews are at the house.
Like, where did that last? Like, where did you guys use that?
I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and I was going to speak to Ana, and I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to first the left here. We really need to find out what you did that day and a good timeline for you. I know that in a previous couple interviews, you told us that I had left in 6 and you got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after
7:30 make breakfast.
French toast, yeah.
That's the previous. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Why don't we just start at when you got out of bed?
Yeah, of course. So we get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I took him to William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time, and Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs and stuff. So I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work. He's like, yeah, I already know. I was like, why? He's like, all right, French toast time. So Brian came down. I made the breakfast and, emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner. Emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it coconut melon? Was I think what?
Oh, his kids like French toast, babe.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Wait, how much time is left?
It's never ending.
No, because the day she ended the day right at 4, which was 37 minutes ago.
She did?
Yeah, and I didn't think we were this far behind.
Did she end it right at 4?
Yeah.
I don't know if she did or not.
She did, it was 3:03. So 4:04.
I don't know. I didn't think we were this far behind either.
I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. And I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed, I mentioned so Zach and Daniel, who basically working, they were always in contact every day. So I wanted to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I don't get emails on it and my mother. So those are 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time to I figured the phone show up. So Robin came in and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So, and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house. And it was to go see my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands, CVS and Whole Foods was the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff, make sure everything was going well, and then I drove back. And that was the main thing. I got back at 8 or something like that. Yeah, that's it. It's my times are pretty strict, so and I'm you call I'm 100% compliant on this.
Right. So when we first left the house at Josh.
Yeah, around a little after 3. I might have won Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have got some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Bowls. Barnes and Noble is a place to get baseball cards too.
So you're not going to Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Sean's. Yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure I milk.
Okay. So then after that, you come home.
Yeah.
While you're here.
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
Directing off.
Yes.
What was that the conversation?
3:30 Paradise Road. Small Scott.
Your condo.
What?
Your
condo's on, yes, sir.
That's private because it's something.
It's at something called the Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something. 1320.
Okay, so you were directed at Scott. What route did you drive on?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way and then I And probably, so what did I do? Because I noticed it was at 1 a.m. when I
Crank
called,
it to
and then it came across
1.5.
114
This
or
thing is
something,
going
and
like
then
blah blah.
to get up to,
I did.
what's it called?
1.5? Oh.
Yeah, baby.
It's a moment, yeah.
How long is it?
Yeah.
With no traffic, we can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took over a little bit over 90 minutes maybe. So I was probably there, I was there for 6, but after 5:30.
Okay.
Where's Mom's?
Where you got lost?
I went on one instead of going away, and I kept driving further
All
than I
right,
had to.
pause it real quick.
Ugh. Why?
Because now they're actually asking him about his whereabouts. So it's like now they're actually driving it. So put it back to 1.5 so we can.
Ugh.
I know, but now he's like literally.
Ugh.
She didn't know that I was coming because I know I call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's like, "I was like, it's your son. Supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I'm on the phone," and she opened the door, and then I came in, and then
Dude,
we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she I forget if I brought stuff at the time or
he can't like finish one sentence and starts a new one.
Whatever she needs, a couple like
fucking
I forget what it is,
blabbermouth.
but it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't know the exact name of it, and that's a couple things from CVS. She likes clean pads. Is usually she can't have gloves and clean pads and things like that since the pandemic.
So you left Yvonne to CVS?
Blah, 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 blah,
And then,
blah, blah,
just
blah.
in that area, that Swampscott area.
The Whole Foods at CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call it here to stop. Sometimes I go stop and shop for home goods, but not this time around.
It's probably going to stop shopping at the Whole Foods.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously a party basket and things like that. So
you guys are grocery shopping for your mom?
just a little bit, yeah. She does not require a huge amount. So
Starting to sweat again.
Good God.
Back to Mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and then what? You say you remain there?
yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed. Tracy had said, she's like, she basically said you get to see the family is one of the takeaways, and that was, that's the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get the DC going with you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live at a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily. So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we're moving. She's like, okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening. So I get that. That makes sense. Yes, we were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the landmark or
I don't live down here.
Shipyard. There you go. Yeah, I thought that would be good for her. Close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, and when you come home, you stopping on the way home?
No.
No gas off?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Like I gas. I'm sorry. I'll have to check on that. I don't think I can gas.
You only pay things back or?
Yeah, I was about to say I usually pay for stuff in credit card. So if I did get gas, I'd know. I use the Freedom card. Yeah, Chase Freedom. That's a joint account. The Chase account's a joint account. Yeah.
Okay. Open Swampscott, come directly home, and then you get that look at the line and.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of, you have to notify them of the rule, right?
Right.
And what is that? Is that done in the morning when we tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today?
No. So with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take to school or whatever it is. Now there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up. right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, I have to see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take the kids to a game. That's not, I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance, though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
Okay. I think a particular trip that on Sunday, when my farm's the description said mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. What does it happen? So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was, okay, so let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for a surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here, we're taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to stay here for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until first. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she said, I had everything. I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery. And then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. And she left on Thursday.
So you're here Sunday night, here's the night you go out on Monday. Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall off the top of my head.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. And normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for a rotating house for ice cream or something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. What was the other thing? I think that was it. That was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
So you said you could Thomas and the other boys stay here?
Oh, the boys stayed here with Rob.
What time should you go?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you go on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening on the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but I said, that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day, looking for the phone.
Yeah, I see the boys sometimes.
Right, yeah. There was a speaker, and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Ana had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got anything on
No.
Okay, so you recall once on month?
Yeah, that was it. I think, usually I gotta get a treat with that. I tried it one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up. But I don't have a huge amount of time. Oh, doing his over It was good. I think, is that what we went? They wanted to go somewhere. He was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is the, what's that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured it. He's like, he's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream.
So we're in Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get
nervous?
Genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is weird. And we're over time, basically. So I talk all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was working at 12:31. No one seemed worried, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. I almost called work last time. And Anna's like, no, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling the lines. I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, the Crossing building. I would call Jeff Chod and have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, "Hi, is what's going on?" I was like, "I guess Brian Walshe, his husband." "Oh, thank you, sir." Is she there? He's like, "Is there a problem?" I was like, "Not if she's at work." And that's when that's when it was all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 72 hours.
But you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down. And I was going to call work, and the whole thing was like, "Don't embarrass her at work." And that's why I kept texting. "Where are you?" I emailed her. I said, "Missing again." Alexandra's sister. So she's got her name is Alexandra, but Anna had all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of. So she has a bunch of big names. That's Anna's sister.
I saw you communicated with the
Viber, yeah.
And on the 4th, one to, you'd already told her that.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about the police. Police, I don't know how to
Tell her to wait to call the police because I was at the time I was talking to Petitions Fire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said, "I'll call DC," and he met them, and he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going because he's ex-Secret Service and everything. So I mean, if I asked, basically, I was going to do it myself, and he's like, "Let me do it." And that's the human resource officer Teresa who immediately got me in, who called me. She's like, "I'm driving over now. I'm going to tune you in with Huey." So I was like, "Okay," because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said, "We have support for you," but there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happen pretty quick after.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I believe it was a person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
I think Richard Walker did it.
No. Who's that?
It's that last week. Leave.
On that, my mother,
Yeah.
I'd like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up on other people like it, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly, instead of, anyway, she wanted me to raise it.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said, "Fuck Tracy," so.
What does she want to offer for?
But she'll offer, she'll offer more, anything. That's a starting point.
Yeah, I was before that.
But before we do anything, we're getting approval.
No, it's
from you
important
guys.
that we
Sometimes people just make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no, we don't want to do anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Yeah, thank you.
No, we're working in alignment with you. That's our focus.
When I told you that next day about the media,
Right.
probably picking up
Yeah.
the inquiries.
Yeah.
That was kind of on the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
We want to work on the same team.
Yeah.
Media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, so newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically, cool that, in a different time where, the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect you from, my other people problems on that.
Yeah. Main goal here is to find out.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of noise from leads, from everywhere.
You have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just going to here.
Okay.
I figured out, but does not.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we have
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you-
I don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking. Why
No,
you ask that?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, if someone out here, she never recognized. It was the same person.
Oh, really?
That would come out. I mean, I guess it's not a lot. It's not a high. So 2 or 3, I don't know how many times, but I don't get the person's name. No, just that he was, very nice and good driver. I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, but I know that she normally you don't see an Uber driver twice, and I think she's on at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number, driver that have direct account.
Right. I don't know if that ever. Yeah, I asked her, "Are you doing that?" At the time when I asked her, this is a while ago, she said no. So I said, "Are you going to just hire him directly?" She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that was a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
What your service was?
I'm pretty sure it was Uber. It could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know. She usually gives the regular stuff, whatever was available. And she was leaving very early in the morning with Cohasset. So there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was going to make it to the airport because you couldn't get anyone, or they were 30 minutes out.
Obviously, we're not missing, public and many people are going to have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
Something on
Tracy is prepared for that.
Yeah. We know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a bit of timeline for you to set out and any suspicions of that quicker.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're doing the timeline. And what we did on Sunday and Monday. But that's why I'm asking everyone to kind of think hard and never stop when you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we can verify, what you can't verify. You basically want to know where you went and where you stopped. But we also like to hear from about so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house.
Yes.
And actually,
sure, I forget about that. Awesome.
Back here, back out first one.
Right.
Route travel again up there.
It's Route 1.
So from here, when they leave here, you'll have to start.
Take a right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then you get to Boston, and through Boston, and then up 1. I guess it's 1A, but I still 1 somehow. Because I've got so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
At what point did you go down?
The ship. The ship. Oh, so there's there's a ship on the north shore. So you're on Route 1, there's a ship. Christmas tree store used to be there. I think on the right. Yeah. So I think I've gone too far, and I don't know how to use my GPS, the Volvo, because I never use it.
Okay, so you turn around or you keep going?
No, I went. I looked around, and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here, and I was like over here. I go cross.
Okay, so you start crossing on 114.
I think so. Yeah, I remember that.
And never you over went to what?
Well, I think we over to Lynn, and then from there I snaked around and then got to the water and up to Swampscott.
Your condos and then check them
No,
out?
I did not at all.
Those occupied?
They're both occupied. Yes. You're welcome to. I mean, we have to talk to the tenants. You're welcome to look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct to is that right?
Yes.
And how long did it take?
Not long. Just to the question. I don't know the timeline. Let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, so the estimate took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that. Yeah. So I was there around 4. So I should have been out of there by 6 or around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to Montana?
Yeah, I went there, and then I got back and I was there a bit longer, and then got back home.
And again, the errands were to Whole Foods.
ZS, yeah.
And you had those stores because even before Whole Foods.
Yeah, I suppose it was the Whole Foods and CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that. Or I did not say. I might have done gas. I don't know. I have to check.
And for the gas amounts, about that.
Yeah, pretty much. I was out about being there for New Year's, and she was like, "Okay, how are things going?" I said, "Yeah, I was going to a great night." And then she's like, "Robin, pass." I said, "Yes, I got to get back." And she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother already got back. She's like, "Your phone." So there's a lot of discussion about that, and then me getting to see with the kids. She's like, "I can't like this going on too long."
Holy shit!
That was pretty much it. And now a lot of the surgeries are done now up here too. So it's a good, it's a good time. I've done cataract surgery. I had all my, my checkups for my lungs. So it's a good time to go.
You get that conversation a lot.
Yeah, she asked, like, where's Ana? And I said she had to go for work. And then she was like, well, she's working all the time. I said, yeah. Yeah. No, last time on December 24th, when she worked until 7 p.m. and then she was the flight on, there was I was like, what's going on? And she basically asking a lot of questions. I didn't know what's going on. I was like, well, it seems really odd that you would have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, hey, I said I was going to take care of it. And then I said, all right. So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we got every night. So I was like, okay, well. And then she also said, I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. No other saying that she's like, it's all to work out. I'm behind. She got sick after coming out for Christmas. So I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I made up in my head, but if you're interested, I have there's no basis other than like, this is what I thought it might be. But, I thought it was something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks, like at 8 a.m. So I assume that something must have gone on over there. And she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She'd be like, why did you get over there? And she was always busy on the phone, sent phone line. So, well, she lives. Our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building.
Holy
so she can walk
shit!
over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't make. I don't know. I mean, again, this is all of my conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. We'd be fine. But no chance. But she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and she's it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So I mean, but again, that was something that came. That's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think you wrong?
We lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that?
She alluded to it when she arrived on Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said, "I have to go back." She kept saying, "I have to go back early." Then after Jen left, she said, "I have to go back tomorrow." Right. So in the morning, and I was like, "Well, that's somewhat surprising," but considering like the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, and that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, because she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, Christmas Eve and all that, and then that got compressed, and then she drove up, so she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That did also do the flights and things like that.
Of course, we're so late on Christmas Eve, probably hard to leave.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to execute. No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I just like, I said, who else is working at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all this stuff out of there early. And I could see that, corporate stuff. And she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What's her title?
She was the regional general manager.
Looks like a problem with her in these buildings. Underneath her.
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. But yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time. So she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham called me as the new GM. And then Mazda was kind of her project because it was closing. So she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When did she actually show up at Christmas?
8 p.m. right at Christmas. Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day,
yes.
8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we'll get you out. That's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, get rest, which might have been better. But that's very her. That is her to very like all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulled in.
Yeah.
You said you didn't spend how long to drive, but you remember
No, not when we're married. I mean, like we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last 7, 8, or 9 years, not absolutely not. With 3 kids, and where after I was arrested, I remember laying the notes. And this might not be the life I promised you. If you want to leave, I understand. I said no, let's do it together. And we were, we're focused on our relationship and the kids. And it's more than just us; it's the children too. So I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family. And this would be a, I mean, it would be totally like outside of her, value system.
How would you react? Angry?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I mean, no, I mean, my first inclination would be like, we're going to be divorced. Yeah, I would, I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, I mean, again, this is where I is that she's like, I'm leaving for someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. Well, I mean, I assume that if something like that happened, she'd say, I'm leaving for someone else, not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always have these conversations. Like I said, I know it's been tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you get to, but her whole thing is like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's like having an affair. We've had conversations about, struggles that we're having being apart. And she's like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always our main focus. Yeah, it was certainly difficult, but we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, on a regular basis. Not the same as if you were living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, well, when I'm here, like, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, we always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. She was also playing like one of rental TV rentals. So. But her having an affair, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She's exhausted. She's always flying. Every moment she's flying here or working. I mean, sure. I mean, anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too. But maybe I'm not. I only see it like one way. And then who would be with me? I don't even know.
Is work emergencies on? Is anyone
Yeah, I think I'm leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, upticks or something that's like an outlier. There was a time in the FBI, at the crossing building, she was all of a sudden she was like inundated over there, and then the leaks in Mazda, TJ Maxx went to leave Mazda, like these things that came up that were disrupting her daily work were things that we talked about all the time, and that it was was a huge pressure for her, and she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Actually, it's the backtrack on something you said. She came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay 5 days.
Yeah.
Going home for a few hours sometime.
Yeah, so basically, I guess it's the same thing. She was going to come in on, my use the calendar. So she was gone. I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd. So 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was going to stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so we're starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, we did have I was upset. We had 2 weeks, Belgrade, Monday here. Kids and I, need more than that.
Your Honor, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now? Or would you notice?
No, pick a time now.
Thank you.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day. So think about that. Get some fresh air, and you can either at lunch or at home. It helps from my experience. Jurors, I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have, and that I expect to know you will be obedient to them. Jurors, don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. And before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that we're getting the first snowstorm. Lived here now a lot of years, and so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have great confidence in, because it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting. I did ask my clerk to check earlier this afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4. It sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes. But I don't want to jinx this. I'll leave it there. Just have a good night, and again, thanks for your attention today.
All right, for the court, please. Jury closing notebooks, leave on the chairs. Follow me.
Thank you.
We have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews, but I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the results of the Safari searches, the Safari history of the MacBook, also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or are you going to do them on all in the electronics?
We're going to do
Better.
the monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half dozen witnesses if we go fast, and I'll give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have, because I'm not too sure what the cross will be. So I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. It's what I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short. Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowy, but we'll be limber.
I also think that right now we're ahead of pace.
Limbo.
All right. There's another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you. Can't bring it back right now. So I'll remember it right after I step off the bench, and then I'll pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was. I think earlier today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was Exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion to eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point, I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. 2 things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion to eliminate. So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, the defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay, so everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's emails.
Text messages.
Thank you.
Copy today, I can give the court.
Yes.
It's not, I think the one that the government would expect to introduce, I think has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court, I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a 1-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
Right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or whatever the name of how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Ana Walshe that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
And I'll get a 1-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining the argument a little more concisely.
All right. All right. That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
No, Your Honor.
And defense, anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All righty then. There it is. Day 1 in the books. Yeah, listening to recordings like that is brutal. Absolutely brutal. But we survived it. It sounds like there's 40 more minutes of the recording, and then he's got 40 minutes of direct, and then cross, and then Guarino comes on to get the Google searches in, and then they've lined up some more, 5 or 6 more witnesses, obviously short witnesses. So that's the game plan for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll start on time tomorrow because I want to be done by 4 on my end for sure. I'm taking pictures here. So you guys didn't even come close to hitting the goal. But what I'm going to do is everybody who entered today, I'm screen grabbing. So tomorrow, because I want to keep that goal. It's a good goal. It's a fun goal. I like having you guys on the show with us. So we'll collectively pick up where we left off. We've got 9 out of 30 on the goal. So we'll do that tomorrow. And let's see. I think Allie, I don't know where she said she left off. Third one from the top? Gloken. Okay. So Gloken, I'm in. You are in. Thank you very much. Happy camera. Love you both. So happy to have you guys live streaming this trial today. as I crank out a bunch of paperwork. Well, we're glad you're with us, and we're thankful for your generosity. Old Julie Grant. Old Julie Grant's over there. And then we got motions at CPA, $10. Appreciate you. Happy December. How the F did we make it here already? Right? Can't believe I can't believe I'm looking out at the window and there's snow, which I have to go shovel before it gets dark. So that's my pressure right now. Glad I'm watching in delay with y'all today. Defense opening was surprising. Yes, it was. And thank you so much. And then, of course, Spitfire come in hot with 1 DD podcast membership. Thank you. As always, Spit. Member for 10 months. I think we threw that one up there. Thank you. Jenny Payton. Janipton. It's as good as it's going to get. Of course, Deja, who's already left. We love her. Megastar, we love you so much. Pokey, fam. Spit, love watching trials with y'all. We appreciate that. Successful Emerald, gifted 5DD podcast memberships. Appreciate that. Tony, I am 76, been away for a while. We're glad you're back. Glad to be back. Thanks for covering this. My pleasure. And then Tony, I am became a new member. Family hug. We're so glad you're here with us. I gifted 5DD memberships. Thank me. Jipton, you're on the wheel and you have to give that away to somebody. So pick somebody tomorrow and decide who you want to be your proxy, wheel proxy. Thank you for that. Melissa Carner. Dang it. I didn't realize you were streaming the trial. Brain tumor surgery. Recovery problems. Love watching other stuff. Well, we're thinking of you. And we are sending out all the healing vibes we can muster. And I hope that everything goes okay with that. Pixie78, good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Appreciate you both. And I hope Allie's experiencing less pain. It's not bad during the day. It's pretty brutal during the night. She's powering through, though, but she's having a hard time sleeping just because she can't find comfort basically in any position or on any piece of furniture. So that's tough. But we appreciate your generosity as always. Ash and Sugar, you were on the wheel. Couldn't ask for a better day than streaming this trial with you two. Well, we appreciate that so much. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Fluffy Space Lioness. Wow, that is exotic and lovely. To be frank, I started with Melanie and then came here when you started, and then checked in at Emily. And then came back here. Love you. Thank you. Appreciate that. There's no shame in bouncing around. Lieutenant Detective Teletubby. I'm a ride or die. You're my favorite channel. And your football banter is on point. Thanks, Lieutenant Detective. We appreciate that so much. All right. We love you guys, mods. We adore you so much. Mandy and Tracy. Mandy has been conspicuously absent all day, but Tracy has not. We love you, Trace. Thank you so much for being here. And mods, thank you for everything you do. And you guys, you're beautiful. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. You're all beautiful humans in every single way. We love you so much because without you guys, like, share, and subscribe. I'm terrible at reminding you guys of that. Please like, share, and subscribe. Replay crew, leave a comment, get us in the algo, get it out there. We're so close to 60,000. We're so close. So help us get there. Be heroes. Help us get there. Because you know what? Without you guys, I'm just an old man.
With a beautiful heart.
Yes, and about to go shovel some snow. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.